get people online. Let's wake somebody up. Let's wake people up. They say I'm live. I'm live. Hey, what's up? What's up, Minister? Hey, Master. How you doing, sir? You all right? Good, 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 good. Where you wanted to set up at? I can do that anywhere around here. Can I sit it? Yeah, yeah, you can sit it. Matter of fact, move that chair and then give me that chair, and then you could use so that I can have an open space right there. Thanks. Thank you. I'll go get one. Yeah, Facebook Live. I'm going live for YouTube. I'm going live to my YouTube. Yeah. Promote my YouTube for the first time in my life. Get it into. And they donate. They gotta get donated. And I'll put the donate. Somebody already put in $30. It's from $100. I hear you. $100. How you doing? So funny. He listened to me. I'm like, yo. Yeah, hey, look. You gotta give it to them free, man. You got, especially this mental health stuff. They need it around the world.
Everybody needs mental health.
That's what I'm saying. They need mental health stuff around. You know, you gotta give some people something to get stuff back.
It's gonna be your video.
I just put it on my Facebook too. On Facebook now, so that it's on YouTube. Huh? No, not yet. They just took out the book for me. You coming in by 6:30. So,
lady going up.
Right? Yes.
How you doing?
Hi.
Natasha. I haven't met her before.
Yes, you have.
I know I met her before. I've been here
a couple of times.
Yeah, she's been here. She's been here for Joel. What's the name of the bank?
Yeah. So, hi. As soon as he come, he going on?
No. She's gonna be first. Then Melanie, and then
Oh, Melanie gonna be speaking today?
she's speaking because she's not sick, so she won't speak.
Oh, okay, because the last time
She was sick. Yeah.
All right, so I'll get a chance to interview her.
Yeah. Catch you there. Yeah, no problem. Right? She's a doctor in meditation and well, she's an acupuncture. Big dish. Good. Somebody hit me from Washington, D.C. Hey, that was Alexa from Washington, D.C. Okay. Yes, oh, you go in Africa now? Yes, hold on one second. We'll send it to Africa. What's a mental problem in Africa?
Oh, but you know, that's exactly why you need to speak. Because, exactly, you don't know what mental health is. That's not true.
Oh, they don't have mental health?
Mental health, everybody has mental health.
Yeah, I know that, but they sometimes people don't recognize it. That's why they act the way they act.
I agree with that.
My business, but my business is together. That's what I'm saying. Yes, sir.
One, two, one, two, one, two, microphone check.
I don't make like it.
Hey, family, what's up? How y'all doing, people? How y'all doing? Make some noise, make some noise, make some noise. Ah, mercy! Jesus Christ, the love of no. The love of no God.
First and foremost, let me turn down this light. Light all in my eyes. Put that light on.
All right, first and foremost, I want to thank everybody for coming out so far. We're just starting. We're just getting everything together, of course. Want to give a round of applause to Nicholas Brooklyn Bookstore. Give him a round of applause. Back on and operating. Yeah. We got to keep them in business. Right, Monique? Monique and Joelle, give your husband and wife team a good round of applause. Yeah. And here on the beer bar, you're having another beer. Hold that door. No, it's a new store. It's a new store. They got a new store in Harlem. That's the new baby in Harlem. Give them a round of applause. They got a new store in Harlem. Yeah! Lot of verses. First of all, say Hotep, Shalom, Assalamu Alaikum, Peace, Irie, Wagwan, and all them do that. All right? Simon there. They call me King Simon, but King Simon Production. It's all right that the music is playing. Don't worry about it. I'm not moving in yet. I'm going to make sure everything is going right. Just want to remind you, those that are on YouTube, give YouTube a round of applause. They're coming in slowly but surely, but it's good, it's good, it's good. Y'all make y'all donations now. Y'all can make a donation. We're going to show Dr. Afrika absolutely free of charge, but y'all got to donate from $1 to $100. I don't care how much you got in your hands. Just do it, and you go straight to my PayPal, and we will be making sure that this is spread around the world, spread with Nicholas and Dr. Afrika and myself. And remember, because Dr. Afrika's information is so important, I'm giving it to you all over the world, all 196,940,000 square miles of the planet Earth for a reason. I need y'all to have this because this is about health. This is about mental health. We got Natasha that's going to come up. Sister Natasha, she's a mental health therapist. Give her a round of applause. You hear it? Look at all sexy. Shout out me a can, Tony. Shout out me a can. And I'm afraid it's a Trinidadian. Oh, we are Africa. Yes. Don't worry, I used to work with Oliver Samuels. Y'all messing up, man. I used to work with all these comedians. Y'all messing up. I've worked with all the New York comedians. Don't worry about me. I'm just crazy. Naturally. But Dr. Afrika gonna have all his books. He's gonna have all his herbal products. We just wait for him to come here. He's gonna set it up, him and his wife. His wife is gonna be speaking. That's a dynamic duo. Give him a round of applause. The dynamic duo, Dr. Melanie Stevens and Dr. Afrika. That's a team right there. When I stay by their house, I'm telling you, family, they have a warehouse where they put the herbs and everything together. They got a team, their family is working with them. All of this is what we need to do in our community in general. Work together. So if you got a business, I gotta support your business. If you got a business, I gotta support your business. If you got a business, I gotta support your business. If you got a business, I gotta support your business. If she got a business, you gotta support my books and things, support the books and things. All right? So anybody in here got a business? Want to shout out real quick? Got a business? Everybody, what? Nobody in here got a business? Stop playing. We're gonna get to the business. I got you. But I'm saying anybody in here right now set up a business yet? What? Oh no, Devontae, where you at? Where you at? Turn on that music for me, cause we don't like this, we like this, we don't like this at all. I'm serious. I don't like this. I really don't like this. I'm serious. I really don't like this. Oh my God. Oh my God. I have to be African now. Oh my God. You don't have a business. At least setting up on the side your own business. I don't care if you're working a good job. If you're working a good job, I'm happy for you. But set up something on the side just in case it's happening. Just in case. So just let you know. Before I move on, I want to bring up one of the world's New York's and the man who has the largest archive of our history. He's taped Dr. Ben Barashango, Ivan Van Serta. We have Minister Clemson Brown from Tap Videos, Transatlantic Productions on YouTube in the building, filming also. Him and his beautiful wife welcomed us yesterday at his house. He did an excellent health interview with Dr. Africa and his wife, and man, Dr. Africa went in. When I say when you take his class, it's over. Everyone in here should take his class if they can. If you're able to do it, take his online class or take his one-on-one personal class. Believe me, family, it will be helpful for yourself and your family. And you can also use it to become a health practitioner. Erica Badu took his class, and various other superstars have taken his class. I mean, Most Def called him. All kind of people he called this man. Whose name y'all seen now. Assalamu alaikum to the family. We're here. Assalamu alaikum. But that's what it's all about. Everybody needs to learn this for their community and take it back. So you people online, press that donation button. Just scroll down. Numbers are simple at Gmail. Just go to PayPal. Click on friends and family, because that's what we are. We friends and family. And that's how I'm going to work it for you. So if you can make it, just please go ahead and donate, because we're going to show this. Dr. Africa will get on after Natasha and our beloved, oh wow, good friends of Dr. Africa's here. What's up, family? Give them a round of applause. They all in the business too. Go ahead. How y'all doing? Hotep. Peace, my brother. You made it out, huh? That's right, bro. That brother there. Go ahead. Good seeing you, brother. So it's very important that we continue to learn about the health, take care of our health. When I say old school, you got Uncle and some. These are old school papers. These people go back to when we were doing slave theater and all these different places when people like Dr. Africa was there, people like Dr. Ben, Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Amos Brooks, and all these great ones. Y'all need to get their books. Their books is all up here. Y'all need to study, and read. Stop playing. I'm dead serious. So it's important that we take it upon ourselves to build our library. I know everybody can Google right now, but no, they're trying to get rid of books. I can't get rid of the books. Yeah, I do it. I need to highmark. I need to highlight. I need to do all kind of stuff. Back in the day, we studied. We went to 42nd Street Library, where you had to give them your whole life and your whole business card. You had to give them your firstborn and just to get information. That's what we had to do. Because Google is good, but Google, they still got information that y'all have not seen in these libraries and these so-called museums that you ain't seen yet. So you can't leave without them. So you're gonna have to give the IDs and make sure you're not stealing nothing. Go to the Schomburg. Schomburg's got an excellent research center where you can see all the films and all the clips and all that. Go to those places and go check it out. As a matter of fact, the brother who starred in the Black Panther, he used to work at the Schomburg. Brother Chad Boswick used to work at the Schomburg. So it's a beautiful place to go and study, research, and sit down amongst those that want to study and research and become great at what you do, or at least somebody of a historian in your family. That's very good to do that. All right, so got to big up some more people in the building. I see some good old friends of mine and family. Good two massage therapists in there. We got Jamila and Audrey in the building. Give them a round of applause. They massage therapists. They might lay hands on you today. Praise the Lord. Lay hands. Give them some chicken. Lay hands with some chicken, right? I'm joking. I'm joking. I know. Wait. I know. She don't come free now. She don't come free. She's a real massage therapist now. They went to school for this. So big up to them. I'm serious. Also, I got to go around and big up my peoples in the building. First and foremost, once again, big up Nicholas Brooklyn. Give Nicholas a round of applause. Give him a round of applause. Give him a round of applause. Give him a round of applause. I know they sound weak. Yeah, man. When the husband come out, he take natural Viagra, so you gotta understand. One more time. Let's big up Nicholas Brooklyn. Give him a round of applause. Give him a round of applause. Give him a round of applause. It's the area of Trinidad. It's the area of Trinidad. Everybody gonna come with the bells and whistles. Ding 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 ding. Nicholas. Ding 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 ding. Nicholas. Ding 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 ding. Nicholas. Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Pass me a royalty and stop playing. Get a royalty. I love it to say that royalty. No. I'm joking. I know you ain't got no military royalty in here. No, but gotta pick up my man from out of Grenada. He's half Grenada and half what? Yeah, everything. This man, he speaks French, Spanish, he speaks Pig Latin, and even Hebrew. He speaks Pig Latin. How you speak Pig Latin in your Hebrew? That don't make no sense. We don't eat the pig. We're not young poor. I'm just saying. That's my man, Coconut Rob, the juice man. Give a round of applause, the juice man. Oh God, boy. Yo, I'm telling you, Hollywood Francais, como está, man, you know, this man be dropping all the Latin. Anybody come Mexicans, he talking to Mexicans. Mexicans don't want to talk to you, sir. Who this guy? Wait, yeah. My man speaks every language, Chinese, Japanese, all that. He speaks everything to everybody. Matter of fact, he goes around the world in that truck. Don't let him, that's a flying truck. Don't mess up. That truck flies. It has wings. Don't mess up, right? Tell him, Rob. What you tell him? That truck go everywhere. So big up to Coconut Rob. Yes, my brother all the time. Over here, of course, we got Mojo Cafe. They got the food tonight. Give them a round of applause, Mojo Cafe. That's Monique and Joelle Cafe. That's Mojo Cafe. That is that. So give them a round. They got some great vegetarian food. Over here, you selling Divine? I know you're not selling today. Well, Big Divine up. He's one of the staff here. Give him a round of applause. He makes his own jewelry. He doesn't say. I'm coming around. That's right. Give him a round of applause. That's right. It's all right. You can give him a round of applause. Big up to the whole staff in the building. Give them a round of applause. Please have your hands for the staff. Coming over here, we got the Unc man, the Unc Rise's son in the building. He got all of his, What you got, brother? Tell me what you got. Yell it out.
Cell phone protection.
Cell phone protection.
Because if you don't have cell phone protection, they cooking you at night with the microwave in your community.
There it is.
You better protect your womb, protect your nuts, protect your hips, protect your bones.
That's right. Just protect your damn self. That's what he's trying to tell you. Protect yourself.
All right.
And you got, what's the liquids? What's the liquid teas you got there? What, you got some
Oh, I got Oshun oil to make the women extra dangerous and influential to their partners and a whole damn workroom.
That's what this is a scientist. When I say he's a scientist, watch him on people. He got his own blog talk too. What's your blog talk?
And pyramidized.
What's your blog talk, sir?
Magnets, crystals, and pyramids.
Magnet, crystals, and pyramids. He does it every Thursday. He brings on some great, extraordinary spiritual beings that teach you about handling crystals, how to use crystals, how to deal with tantra, all that stuff. Believe me. Kundalini and all that good stuff. Over here, my sister, please tell the people who you are, my sister. Taji Mag in the building. Give her a round of applause. Give her a round of applause. And what else you got there, girl? That's not all you got. Okay, give him a round of applause. Give him a round of applause. Give him a round of applause. Oh, wow, give my son a round of applause. Prince Adam, give my son a round of applause. He just walked in the building. What's up, sir? Good to see you, extraordinary singer and all that. And his girlfriend. What's up, girl? How you doing? That's Kim. Keep it moving, Kim. Keep it moving. That's what we do. Okay, good. Y'all selling today or y'all just chilling? Oh, y'all not selling nothing? Okay. All right. Thought you had your DVDs or something. See a whole lot of stuff. That's my stuff, of course. I got all 3 of my books out, produced, and actually my publisher is Dr. Laila Africa. No promotion is bad. Promotion is back out. Of course, showing you how to promote from the ground level up. And numbers are simple. People are complicated. Showing you how to use numbers to help yourself, help your family, and why we identify with numbers. Everything is coded in this universe. But for that, look at your computer. 01011011011. Female, male, female, male, female, male. It's all balanced. Let's work it out. It's all about balance. So I break down numbers like that. Also, I got my children's health book, which is Numbers Are Simple. Our children's health is important. If you want to see that, this shows you how to identify what ailments they can possibly have as they're getting older. This is the children's health book. Numbers are simple. Children's health is important. Just by looking at their birthday, the year they're born, and all that. That's what we do. Yeah, my big ass smile is in the back. That's right. It's a big smile. That's right. Always still got my teeth too. I still got all my teeth. I'm working it. Working it. So give me a round of applause. Give me a round of applause. A t-shirt, all that, all that. Got a t-shirt. Got the Numbers of Simple People Complicated t-shirt. I got the Stack t-shirt. Serious Thoughts. Awakens critical thinking, and I got the Khalid Muhammad t-shirt. We must be saints, saviors, soldiers, scholars, healers, and killers for our community and our people. We got to work it out. We got to have the balance of all of that. We was talking about the what you call it last night. We was at the open mic, and remember, there's an open mic. If you got some talent and you know how to sing, you know how to do poetry, you know how to tap dance, you know how to flip, whatever you know how to do, you can come here and do the open mic. The fourth Saturday of the month. Last night we were speaking about what happened at the Waffle House. Y'all heard what happened over there, right? And we was like saying why a lot of us are not fighting or protecting the women and all that kind of stuff. I told the brothers, I said back in the day, and even when I was in the nation of Islam in the day, they will never let no man or a white man or black man touch their woman. And we used to break hands. Yes, I'm on YouTube. We used to break hands for touching your women, break arms and legs, and that needs to come back into the community again, where we protect our women and our children. Do you agree? Or yes or no? It's not. Hey, look, they only gonna do it in the Hebrew or the Muslim community. That's it. Now, come on, now we gotta do it in every community. Now, as soon as a fight come down and you start somebody choking out your woman, you put out the video camera. How you gonna pick out a tape and just look at it and you standing behind it now? Big burly men too, taking out videos, saying, "Oh, look at this, putting it on World Star." What's wrong with these guys? That's crazy. So, family, we need to do better. I think we do need to do better, and it's going to take all of us. I think Dr. Africa once said, Dr. Africa always says in different lectures and different interviews, it might take us another 500 years to get through this. Hey, look, it's going to take generations because our generation, from generation to generation, if we don't change the mindset of the next generation, whatever comes out of your womb as a couple or any couple, if you don't change their mindset, they're going to keep on doing what we're doing now. And that's where the mental health comes in. We need to focus on this mental health and why we need to help balance it. Because everybody say, a lot of people are like, oh, my brother, how you doing? So just give this brother a round of applause. Girl, what you doing? What's up? Another numerologist in tarot reading. Pick up to her all the time. But man, he's always been supportive. I'm surprised you came all the way to Brooklyn, sir. Surprise me. You want to come to Harlem. My man. You're Aquarius like me, too, so I know what it is. All right. But I'm so that the Atkins family, big up to the Atkins family all the time. So it's very important that we learn to support one another. I suggest everybody in here learn martial arts or some form of self-defense, just in case. Right. Just in case. Learn how to protect yourself. I don't care if you learn Tai Chi, you learn to make sure you get some more seats out for these grown people. Got grown people, grown older people in the building. I want to make sure we got some seats in the front if you want. We got some seats in the front. We got some seats at least do Tai Chi, because Tai Chi can come combative or it can be soft Tai Chi. It's hard Tai Chi, soft Tai Chi. Learn that because it helps you to build up your energy, build up your chi, and help you move gradually and move gracefully when you're dealing with fights or whatever. Learn Aikido. I remember Jamila used to learn Aikido. Hey, what's up, Jamila? I remember her. Go ahead, girl. And you would have been good at that too. See, and you should have told them. But we ain't gonna get into that. We ain't gonna get into that. But you're a massage therapist, so I know you know how to take care. Yeah, gotta work it out. Because in the battlefield, when they attack, whatever happens on the battlefield, you don't have to deal with it. When they attack you on the street, that's just what it is. I remember I got attacked by 3 guys about 10 years ago on the phone talking. That's why you gotta be careful when you're on the phone talking. So I'm on the phone, walking to my house, near the church, at the corner of my house, and 3 of them attacked me. And I hit the floor, but when I hit the floor, they got one of my bags that I dropped was a bag of clothing, and it was coming from my bag, wrapped around my disaster kit around me. but I did a wheel kick from the ground and came up. And they all dispersed and started running back. They started running away, but they did get but it was a wheel kick that got them. They were like, what the hell? How did he recover from that hit? Because they hit me. Because I'm on the phone talking. That's why you gotta be careful when you're on that phone. Just talking some smack. You arguing with somebody. I ain't got no time for that. Now I don't even do it. Don't even do it. I pay attention how I'm walking. Even when you have your headphones, at least have one headphone off.
That's right.
One headphone's off. Don't have both of them in your ears. You never know who's coming, what's coming, where's coming, especially when you're walking at night. You gotta protect yourself. These streets are getting serious. So please do that. Well, thank y'all very much. Yeah, y'all want to move? Y'all people want to try to move in? That's what they're trying to do. Or you want to set up a little line of people? Y'all good? You good? We got some seats over. We got a seat right here. Got one seat right here, right now. What over there? Anything? Any extra seats? No. You don't have no seat over there. I have a seat over there. Over there, so I'm one over there. So yes, I have a seat over there. There it is. Good. All right, relax. Hey, good to see you, brother. What's up? All right. Make sure anybody got their, if you ain't got your wristband, please raise your hand if you ain't got a wristband. That means it is. Please come over here. Make sure you wristband, and make sure get the names and you want to make sure. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Keep the security going, brother. I like that. Yes. No, you good guess. Good. That's right. Right. If you want to be correct. I want to say, first of all, I want to say happy birthday to all the Taurians out there. Any Taurus in the building? Any Taurus? Happy birthday. Any Taurus? Happy birthday. I guess there's no Taurus. I guess I didn't promote enough. Huh? They didn't want to come. They celebrate their birthday. That's why they didn't come out. Happy birthday to all the Taurus bulls out there. Happy birthday. My mother just celebrated her 79th birthday. And we went to Milk River and she had a great time. We had a great time. We wasn't dancing, it was just eating good old Jamaican food. She liked good Jamaican food. And we're going to do an 80th birthday party for my mom. So next year when she celebrates her 80th. So I pray that she lived to 120. Her father lived to 104. So, and that's about taking care of your health. And what's so interesting about that, my grandmothers, and this is dealing with health, my grandmothers came here and moved to America. May they rest in eternal peace and do what they have to do to help me on that side. But they came over here and both of them died at the age of 77. But one of them I seen died with a lot of pills around her table, all this stuff. None of my grandfathers wanted to come here. One died at the age of 104, the other one died at 92. Said, nah, we're not going to America. I get stressed off. Not them. And then my grandfather was suffering from colon problems, and they tried to do surgery on him, and he said, no, I will not do surgery. I'll go to my herbs. And he lasted even longer. When they just diagnosed it when he was 90, he lasted till he was 104. The herbs. He went to his aloe plants, he went to his cassava leaf, he went to his this, he went to his that. He went in the backyard, the way he was raised. And that's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. Stay on your health plan. Okay? What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? Yes. Everybody pick up. Huh? 6:16. That's a good time. Good time. Great. Well, it was a kick from the floor. So what happened is like a recovery from, like if you ever watch a person in the dojo, I can do it. But it's not enough room because remember I have to get a lot of. Yeah. No, I can go. Okay, I'll do it right there. Look at me. Hey, sure, I'll do it right there. I ain't afraid Hold on 1 second, Shay. I'm gonna show them something. The kick is from here. The spread is from here. A wheel kick it out. That's when they realize because that can be also a fighting mode, even a rollout. If a rollout is done effectively, it can be. No one has never really blocked a rollout. A flying rollout, because your whole body is coming at you, and it's like capoeira. You know, that whole force comes with it. So, that's pretty good. I can do it anywhere. And I was on solid concrete that time when I died. So. In martial arts, we're taught to learn how to land. So even when they hit me, I hit the floor with my both hands, but I struck it. They didn't know I was still recovering. I was still awake. They thought they knocked me out, but they didn't knock me out. because they hit like little boys. That's what happened. But I was able to get out of it. They didn't pull out a gun, and that's all good. Usually when the gun comes out, you either have to roll out, run. Don't run to it. If you ain't this close on them, it's gonna be hard to take it away. You're gonna have to like move fast and roll out or do whatever you gotta do. Tupac, he'll rush you. You know what I'm saying? That shows their punk in them. If you rush a person while they got a gun, it's like, oh snap. That's when the gun might go this way. You just got to be very careful. That's why in gun disarmament, I always tell people study under people like Master Ronald Duncan, his Master Ali, Professor Ali over here on Bedford. You want to deal with guns and knives, you must always respect the weapons. Even when a knife attack, when a wife is you don't know how they're coming, you must learn to respect the weapon that comes your way. And once you learn to respect your weapon, that means you can defend against it. Respect the weapon. Okay? Whatever. I know a lot of people are saying, I'm never going to get robbed. Look, I've got gun points at my head. I've done all that stuff, especially when you're doing security. I used to do security for the Nation of Islam. I've done security in Islamic communities when I was in Ansarullah community back in the day. I've done security for those different people. So you never know how they're going to attack you, how they're going to rush you. And that's why I tell people they got to learn to defend themselves. I don't care how old you are. Learn to defend yourself. Okay? All right. Now stop playing. We're going to get ready to start this show. I really wanted to wait till Dr. Afrika come and set up, but my sister here is all ready and ready. Are you all right, Sister Natasha?
I'm great.
I want to make sure you're great. Yes. Let's just open up the light. Let's see. Okay, good. As you can see, what she's going to talk about is health and mind wars, mind care. Okay, so is your friend? Where's your friend? Okay, just want to make sure you're ready. Now, mental health has been in my family also. My grandmother on my mommy's side in Jamaica, we say mommy. On my mother's side, she had suffered from a little mental health at one time. Enough respect to her, she passed on and transitioned. So I show her enough respect because I know mental health in certain Caribbeans and certain people in the South and throughout America. As a matter of fact, New York, America itself was founded under a mental health number. July 4th. The number 4 is a mental health number. A lot of people don't even know that. That's numerology. That's a number of mental health. Sometimes it's a number of suicide. It's a number of the number 4 itself. Anything that adds up to number 4, 13, 22, 31, you always have to be careful, protect your mind. And I do it through numerology to show people why it's important that when you're born under the number 4 or the number 7, you should always stay motivated and keep motivated. Because what happens, 4 and 7s have a tendency to worry themselves a lot. They get into deep worry. Some of the people, that especially number 4, they get into deep depression. So you have to protect your mind. And if you're out there watching us on your YouTube and you're going through deep depression, also you can have a multitude of 4s in your name. A person that I know in Atlanta that just came to a lecture of mine a few months ago, I heard he shot himself. So when she told me that he shot himself, I said, when is his birthday? When I read his birthday, he was in his number 4 year. He was in his 4 years, so I knew he was going through some mental issues now. And this brother was just in a disaster preparedness lecture for me in Atlanta, Georgia. So when you're going through the number 4 and number 7 months, and that's why I do consultation and I break those things down to you. When your mind is going off somewhere else and you don't want it to go, it's just the vibration. Your mind is a frequency. It operates on frequency of megahertz. So you got to know how to protect those megahertz. You got to protect those frequencies and learn to identify them quick. When I'm going through certain depressive parts of my life, I look more towards the numbers and understanding, and then I'll start turning on lectures by Les Brown or Wayne Dyer or Tim Robbins just to get my energy back up. Because I don't want to, because I said it many times, I almost killed myself 3 times. And each time I recognized when I started studying, understanding numbers, I realized in 93 when I tried it, 1993, if you add all that up, it adds up to the number 4. I was in my number 4 year at that year. In that year, I was also in my number 4 year also, which was very interesting when I started delving more into the science of numbers and its vibration and its frequencies, and using it to help me guide. Because what it is, it's not the is all or be all. I tell people numerology is not the is all or be all. It's like a GPS. You punch in the numbers, And either you're going to go triangulate the area, tells you whether you're going to go the long route or the short route. It's totally up to you what you take. That's up to you at the end of the day if you're going to take the short route or the long route. That's why I do consultations. So anybody is willing to go to a consultation with me as far as doing numbers, I do it. I'm $2 a minute, a minimum of 35 minutes. And we go in or we do an hour, but I actually get into certain things to help guide you and help you show you the motivation of the numbers so it can help you. Because each one of us is born under a certain birthday, and each birthday is a certain resonated energy with us and with you as an individual. That's why they say the two most important days of your life is the day you were born and the day you find out why you were born. And numerology helps you to find out why. What is it that you need to do? How you need to do things. These are ancient studies that we need that. Believe me, European ain't come up with all these ancient studies. They ain't come up. They're taking it from us. That's why you see a lot of them in yoga. Yoga is an invented thing. It's not even theirs. Everything, they go into everybody's culture and take it and do what they want to do with it. But we need to get it back to us. A lot of us come from the Caribbean and thinking science and all beyond voodoo and all that kind of thing. Y'all don't understand. Voodoo in its most positive sense is ours. Orbia is ours. Science is ours. That's what ran those darn Frenchmen out of Haiti. We keep on how they won the war. That bookman from out of Jamaica came with his science. And then you put it to with the Haitian science is over. It's going to get more powerful. So we need to acknowledge those things before religion came in and made us mentally crazy. Some of them made us mentally crazy. And that's what we got to understand and learn. That's why even in Islam, I was a Sufi in Islam. I study Sufism. I have my Sufi card. I still have a Sufi card. I have those spiritual connections. Study Khalil Gibran and all these kind of. You gotta study and realize and take what you need for it from your. Take what you need for it for yourself. Take it out for yourself and sift it out. And whatever you like, you use it. Whatever you don't like, you move it to the side. But don't disrespect other people's religions and ways of life. Don't do it, because that person needed that discipline. When I was in Islam at 16. I needed that discipline because I was robbing and stealing and the rabbis was about to get killed. I needed that discipline. So that's what is all. That's where I'm standing. I'm a universal minister now. I'm a university giant into all the division and all that. I'd rather see the unity and the love of all of us come together and understand each other from different perspectives. So are y'all ready for this lecture? Y'all ready? Yeah. No, I can't hear no man. I can't hear no. Are you ready? Yeah. I want to welcome on stage for the first time at one of my events. This sister has came out and supported. What? Hey, what's that? Are you? Oh, what that? That's your music. That's all right. That's what y'all bring here. Oh, she got music. She got theme music. Oh, never call my friend Major Hype. No. Lord have mercy. All right. Without further ado, I want to work the theme music. I want to work it. Without further ado, I want you to welcome one of our dear friends, a good friend of mine, and the sister's working, all her friends are working. Give a well-deserved round of applause to Sister Natasha!
Oh, she gonna sing too?
No, that's theme music, sir.
Greetings, family. Greetings. How's everyone doing? Great. Well, I want to thank everyone for coming out, and I really appreciate everyone's support. I don't think the mic. Oh, it is. I want to thank everyone for coming out. I appreciate everyone's support. I want to thank Nicholas, Dr. Africa, and Simon for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of you guys. And that's it. My name is Natasha Dezonie. I'm a licensed master social worker. And I just want to, social workers, we work in many different, I would say, roles. But my role is a mental health licensed therapist, and I'm very passionate about this field. So just a show of hands, has everyone ever done counseling or therapy before? Good. Is anyone here a licensed, practitioner in mental health? Great, yay, good for you. Awesome. All right, so the goal of my presentation is simple. Just to promote mental health and to let everyone know that mental health is even more important than physical health, because the mind leads, the body follows, and your mind is your center, is your control center. So that's my goal, is to advocate that mental health is as much needed as your physical health. So without further ado, what is mental health? So mental health is simple. Is our emotions, is how we feel, is how we think, is how we behave, is how we interact with each other, is how we handle stressors in our life, is how we adapt to different things around us. It's pretty much, and it's how we deal with relationships. Okay, and some of the factors that affect mental health is our biology factors such as our genes, life experiences, and trauma. I would say family, family experiences and so forth, abuse, personality traits, and certain mental illnesses. Also, your physical health is a big factor, and illnesses sometimes that also affect your mental health, along with environmental stresses such as poverty, discrimination, and so forth. And if you're homeless, that also can affect your mental health. Relationships, lifestyle, smoking, poor diet, those are big components that can affect your mental health. Why is mental health important? It's simple. Mental health is the foundation of of your thinking, your communication, learning, resilience, self-esteem, and it's a big part of how you build personal relationships and emotional well-being and so forth. And I want to be very clear that mental health is not, that doesn't mean that you have a mental disorder. So a mental disorder is simple. It's described as a significant disturbance in how an individual cognition, emotion, and emotion regulation or behavior that reflects a dysfunction in the psychological, biological, and developmental processes. Underlined by mental functioning, mental disorders are usually associated with significant distress in social, occupational, or other important activities. So I guess I want to be very clear about what a mental illness is. And a mental illness is definitely when you have significant distress in your personal, what is in your social, occupational, or any life activities that are interrupting you from functioning on a very optimal level. And I just want to give you a little bit of stats in terms of how mental health is affecting Black and Brown people. And Black and Brown people are 20% more likely to report a serious physical, psychological distress more than Caucasian white people. Also, Black and Brown people, especially living below poverty, are 3 times more likely to report serious psychological distress and above, in comparison to our other counterparts. And another one very significant that I feel is adults are more likely to feel, not that one, okay. Black and brown people are more likely to be diagnosed with schizophrenia. And also it's one of the leading cause, I would say, for especially teenagers between ages 15, especially our people between the ages 15 through 29. Suicide is the second leading cause of mental illness. I'm sorry, suicide is the second leading cause of death amongst your people. And just in general about our attitude in terms of towards mental health. Black and brown people hold beliefs that mental health is there's a stigma with mental health. We're very ashamed about saying that we have psychological problems. We're very ashamed to say that I need help or seeking help outside the home, and that's one of the biggest stigma. And people, even me personally, like this, I mean, just this week, I met this lady, at some random lady on the street, and she was talking about how she was feeling down because one of her friends was in the hospital, and I told her it was normal to feel down when friends in the hospital. And then she was just telling me how she had 4 kids and she was, she's married and one of her kids passed away. And I was like, that's very traumatic. Like, how you dealing with that? I was like, have you think about any type of mental health? And she was like, mental health, I don't do that, I don't do that, I don't do that. I was like, it isn't. I was like, I'm very, she was like, I'm very functional. I go to work. She was like, my house is very clean. And it took me back because it's normal to feel down if you lose your family member. That's absolutely normal. It's normal to want to talk to somebody about it because sometimes you can't talk to your own family member. Sometimes you feel like you can't talk to anyone. And a lot of the people are suffering in silence. And this mental health therapy is an avenue that will give you that space to feel non-judgmental and talk to someone. And it was I had to tell her what it looks like. It is getting mental health look differently sometimes for us as people of color. Some people, may not want to clean their house. Some people may, and that may be the extreme case, but you may have a breakup. You may have, you may lose your job, and it's caused significant distress in your life. And mental health is a space to give you that space to come talk to a therapist to help you get back to your full, your full capacity. Okay, so this is just pretty much the treatment issues, and I'm pretty sure a lot of us know that our prison population is very overpopulated with Black and brown people. And what's even more significant disturbing is that 14% of people that are in jail are Black and brown people. They're experiencing mental health, and this is okay. This is just another problem I would say is disparity in terms of access with health insurance. Even though we have the not Obamacare.
Trump.
The Affordable Care Act is, a lot of Black and brown people are still uninsured, and this is also affecting us getting access to the care that we need compared to the other races. So here are some of the early warning signs. And it doesn't mean that if you're experiencing these signs, you have a mental illness. It just means that if you're experiencing if you're seeing some of these, I would say symptoms, maybe you want to talk to someone, or maybe you can do other avenues of helping yourself. So pretty much if you're eating or sleeping too much, that may be some type of, pulling away from people and don't want to engage in visual activity, low energy, feeling numb or nothing matters, having an unexplained ache and pains, feeling helpless and hopeless. Smoking, drinking, or using drugs more than usual. A lot of people self-medicate. I'm not saying everybody does, but sometimes when a person engage in, I would say, using drugs or maybe, I would say substances or drinking, that's called self-medicating. And when you're in pain, to numb that pain, sometimes drinking and using those substances numb that pain. So there's like yelling and fighting, hearing voices that are not true, thinking or harming yourself or others, inability to perform daily tasks and things to care for your child, your kids, or getting work or school. Okay, so I want to talk about my own trauma, why I'm so passionate about this field, and how I had to overcome my own trauma. I experienced trauma from the womb, from my own mom when she had me in 1985. She was going through her own trauma in terms of she was homeless, going from house to house. When I was born, she gave me to my dad when I was probably like 1.5. And I was, before I was like the age of 6, I had like 7 caretakers. And between the age of 3 to 12, I was molested by 3 of my cousins. And as a person, when you experience trauma, I knew that. So at a young age, it affects the way you see yourself, the way you feel. Like I had low self-esteem for a very long time. I didn't feel like I couldn't trust anyone. I was angry. I was fighting in school. I was like a fighter. Like my best friend could tell you, like I know this girl for 12 years, and it took me a very long time to trust her, a very long time to believe that she loved me, and she had done so much for me. But when
We with you, sister. We with you now.
All right.
when your mind is telling you differently.
It's okay.
Take a minute.
It's
Take
okay.
your time. Take your time. What we gotta do?
It's okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, you're doing good, sis. Go ahead.
All right.
When your mind is telling something differently, it really took a toll on me, and it affected how I was in personal relationships. It affected how I was in romantic relationships. It affected the way I felt about myself, and it just affected everything. It affected the way I see the world, that I couldn't trust anyone, and for a very long time, I was in a space that no one even loved me, no one cared about me, and because I feel abandonment because I went from house to house and my parents wasn't there that I thought they weren't there. And it was, I would say, 2 years ago. Because even though, and this is all my pictures, even though I have, I would say, 3 degrees, I have you know I have accomplishments, I would say, academic wise, but there's something that was missing that I needed more answers to. And therapy, I started therapy 2 years ago. And one of the first things, because I was blaming everyone. Like, I was like, I don't like my mom, I don't like my dad, they left me. And my therapist said to me, have you ever asked your parents what was their story? What was going on in their life? Why, what happened? Like, because I had this narrative, this picture of them just leaving me and abandoning me. And it was when I went back to my mom and my dad and I asked them their story. My mom's story is when she told me that her own mom gave her up when she was like at a young age. She was homeless when she was 16 and she was looking for love. My mom has 7 kids by 6 different men. And she was looking for love in so many different avenues because she didn't get that love growing up. And I was like, that's my story. I'm also looking for that love in everything else outside of myself. So, and she told me how her mom didn't even talk to her. There's so many stories that my mom told me that I was like, that is me. And I spoke to my dad, and my dad's story was he's a 16, a person on the streets, and he finished his high school diploma, and he didn't know anything about raising kids. So when I hear his story and my mom's story, it made me more empathize instead of it gave me a picture that the story I was telling myself was not true. My dad actually saved me by taking me away from my mom, because if my dad didn't take me away from my mom, I wouldn't even be in America. He's the one that filed for me. So it gave me a different therapy, allowed me to have a different story than what I was telling myself. And today I'm giving back to my community, and even a deeper level, because I would say I'm kind of a nerd. Well, not kind of, like, I like to get into deeper, like how I would say trauma affects us. So trauma, how it affects us on our brain. So for example, people that experience trauma, it just straight to our argument. I best can tell you, like, I'm not logical. I just go straight to my emotional brain. I'm acting out of my emotional brain. But and the frontal lobe, which is a part of our brain that helps us to organize and to think logically, that part of your brain is shut. It's like literally shut. You ever been in an argument before and you're like so intense, like you're so emotional, like driven intense? It's because you're like in the flight or flight mode. So, and your logical brain shut down. So for me, this was even double intense, and for a lot of people, it's even double intense. So I guess just be mindful of that, and just sometimes maybe you need to pull back and I guess figure it out. People that experience trauma, we're constantly in survival mode. Our brain, we're not the normal brain, typical brain. You go survival. You're able to, I would say, regulate your emotions and so forth. But people that experience trauma, we're always on the edge. We're always, because we're looking through the web. We can't trust anybody. And this is just some tips how to cope with, I would say, when you're experiencing some kind of symptoms. I would say develop coping relationships, get enough sleep, gratitude, helping others, getting physical activity. This is a big part that's helped me as, physical activity. I try to work out at least 4 to 5 times a week. And that's just simple as doing cardio. Making meaningful relationships, whether in your family, with the community, and pretty sure the nutrition, that's a big part of it too. One of my biggest focus, you can go on to the next one, that I focus on is one of in my practice is evidence-based um, therapy intervention called cognitive behavioral therapy. And pretty much cognitive behavioral therapy focuses on the way you think. Because it says that the way you think influences the way you behave, the way that you treat others. And this is one of the biggest things that I use it in my practice. And because it helps you to give meaning to events. Because sometimes we give different, somebody may look at you and you be like, why is this person looking at me? And you may think in a different way when there's a lot of different alternatives opposed to this person is trying to, stare me down. So cognitive behavioral, this technique allows to look at things in different ways, different perspective, different perception. So I have a little, I would say, handout that I want everyone to participate in to practice something that I do in my own practice. Just an idea of what it looked like and how we can. So can you pass it out to everyone? Because I want to do like a little activity.
How many you have here?
I have 40.
40?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Well, just pass it.
Pause it. Yeah, pass it down. And I can have one. Thank you.
Spread it out. Spread the wealth. Okay. Don't forget the front over here. How many of over here? Who put you up?
How do you get the front?
Get the front.
Pass it to the front.
That's
Yep.
Simon, you should get one.
I will not have one.
Why not?
I'll be following you.
So I guess, take 2 minutes to maybe work with a partner
Pass it down. Take one. Pass it
to
down.
look to answer some questions and
That's it.
yeah, because just to get an idea of what because I think the biggest thing that I was telling myself for a very long time, going through my own healing experience, that I was not enough, that I was not lovable, I was not good enough. Something must be wrong with me. That's why all this bad stuff happened to me. So I guess work with a partner. 5 minutes or so to work with a partner on what untrue statements you've been telling yourself, and let me know how it goes. I guess, how long do you guys think you need for this?
I was gonna ask.
3 minutes. Okay, so 3 minutes.
So share, split it up with each other, have a good time.
Get to know a neighbor. Simon, you can be my partner. Yes, since you don't want to do it.
No, I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Yes. You don't mind getting more?
Okay. So, what's one of your things? I can just like
sometimes we don't grab whatever it is.
One more minute.
I just keep basically accepted who you are, as opposed to
Okay, guys.
she's good. I mean, she's in an area that all of us can use.
Correct.
All of us. We are so made in America.
We've never dealt with that trauma. We've never dealt with that trauma. No one has ever given us a chance to deal with it as a post-traumatic self mindset like that. Others that use for and okay, guys.
But just living in America is enough to stress you beyond repair. Because it's continuous and the pressure is really exponential and it goes
Okay,
on.
guys. Did everyone get at least one question and so forth? Yeah. All right. So I have one of my clients here, Miss Jacqueline Barnett, and I just started work with her, I would say January. And she just want to give a brief, I would say a brief testimony of her experience for just a quick second about working with me and how her experience.
Thank you. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you for having me. As she said, my name is Ms. Barnett Jacqueline. I am a guidance counselor at DOE. I have been working with DOE for 3 years. I'm a certified guidance counselor, so I work with the youth. That's my focus. And at school, where I am at, I've been having difficulties. And I had to figure out what was going on with me. It wasn't anyone else that I had to worry about. Self-love starts within, right? So I had to focus on what's happening with me. Why do I feel certain ways? Why is things happening to me? So I came to Natasha, right? And she's been able to show me how I have to put myself more forward. I have to be more in control of what happens in my environment, right? And not only because I have to be controlled for me, I work with young kids. And they look at me all the time. They come to me for my answers, and they come because they're having issues at home. And before I can give advice, I have to be centered. And she has been helping me find my way through issues, finding out what I really want to do. I still want to work with kids, but I'm on my way of becoming an entrepreneur. Thank you. So I want to promote to you, if you think there is something that you don't necessarily have grounding on, or you may feel like you don't need no support, but I'm going to talk to my sisters. Because I'm a mom of 2. I have a 23-year-old and I have an 18-year-old in August.
Go ahead, Mama.
I got my first daughter through college, and my second daughter is heading into college. Thank you. And it's important for us as moms and women to really understand what's happening to our children. And for us to do that, we have to be grounded. And so my work with Natasha has shown me that I have ways to go to learn still to be a mom. You're never done being a mom, right? Never done. But it has helped me grow as a person. She has given me the strength to take things on that I thought I didn't have the energy to do. And now, mind you, I'm a guidance counselor. So I knew some of the things that were happening to me, but you always need support. So when you think you don't need no one and we're strong enough and we can take it on and we don't need to hear nobody's account, not so much all the time. We really need to cry on somebody's shoulder. So Natasha and I have cried together. We've laughed a lot. She's given me tremendous support, and I thank her for that. So I just want to leave this with you that even though sometimes you think you don't need somebody else, think again. Okay? God bless you.
Thank you. I know you're gonna do good. Thank you so much, Ms. Barnett. See you next week. I would stay, but my brother would talk with you. It's okay. We understand. This is a video that I want to play.
Oh, where?
Tech
The
guy.
link? The link?
Yeah, there's a link at the bottom.
Where is the tech person?
Tech guy,
It's
help.
not me. The tech person is not me. I could tell why I thought they did.
Dante, where your tech guy? Where's the tech guy at?
Oh.
Elijah Moore.
He wants to play.
Yeah, there's a thing that I want to, like a quick video that I wanted to play.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Right here. Yeah, this isn't clear. Probably copy and paste. We asked them about the question. All right, here, just move around. This one here. Alright, here it comes. Why is it not showing?
There's a kind of a fundamental basis for post-traumatic stress. How many of you familiar with post-traumatic stress?
How do you see this?
So when we start talking about shadows,
Tech guy.
Coming with it. Screen.
we're not talking about
Right behind
He's coming right now.
basis for
Go back forward. You just want to put it on
I just want to
the
screen share it and just read it.
How's it connected right now? So is it physically connected to that through the projector? That means you have two screens.
So I guess while we get the video together, does anyone have any questions
Here we go.
for me about mental health or about the presentation? Great. Technical
I had a
difficulties.
question.
Sure.
No, I'm not necessarily more of an expression, but I also want to ask for everybody. There's a great movie, a great documentary called Psychiatry and the Industry of Death. And you can actually YouTube it or whatever to find it, but it's very excellent. And I think a lot of times we tend to ignore the source of our so-called mental conditioning and always focus on the surface of everything that's happening right now.
That's what my video is about.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm getting to that.
So I'm not,
No, I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that, brother. I'm getting to that.
That documentary, psychiatry, everybody, psychiatry and industry.
But there's a source to why Black and brown people.
Yeah. And also, I just want to say this one last thing before I shut up. I feel in this day and age, unfortunately, especially for the feminine principle, the feminine energy, y'all have been suppressed to not express yourself and to not be allowed to either feel vulnerable or be allowed to express forms of creativity, forms of emotion, so on and so forth. So therefore, like, perfect example, when you was up there, something touched you and it was begging you to just let it out.
Yeah.
But then automatically you have this resistance to want to just kind of stop yourself or kind of calm yourself.
No, well, I did it at home, but
well, you know what I'm trying to say. But
you're right.
The problem is it shouldn't be suppressed. It shouldn't be suppressed anywhere. We should all understand that no matter where you are, publicly or privately, you should be allowed to express yourself. Not express yourself in a vulgar manner or a violent manner, but when you feel an emotion, you should be allowed to express it without feeling any form of either embarrassment or any form of being so strong egotistically that you can't express that feminine energy of letting things flow.
Yeah.
And that suppression, it kind of builds up and then it becomes like an inner deterioration because when you don't express something immediately, no matter how long between when you do express it, it grows into something else in your body. And then it becomes physical from the mental. Just like you said before, the mental controls the physical. First, it starts as a mental thing.
Absolutely.
Then you dwell on it. And then after you dwell, it turns to a headache. It turns to a backache. You see what I'm saying? And it starts from the top, going to the bottom, and then through your whole physical body. So, on that note, I'm just saying that we need to express ourselves immediately when we feel things. And check out that documentary, Psychiatry, Industry of Death. Excellent documentary.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Hi.
Here it is. Never mind.
Yes.
I got it.
Yes, please.
No, I got it. It was
Just to add on to what the brother said, I think men more so than women
are more suppressed. Absolutely.
Because at least for women, in the expression of self, we still get we can still hold on to the fact that, okay, we are emotional creatures. This is just me just saying that. Most of the times when we are, and this just comes with the expression that you said that we should be able to let it out anytime and any place. I think the reason why we are not, why we don't allow ourselves those moments is because too we live in a society where we have to be able to function in so many different situations, and this whole thing with doing things at there's a time and a place for everything. You understand what I'm saying? So I think that sort of thinking it sort of adhered, or it sort of supports that whole us not expressing what we are really supposed to be expressing in whatever particular time that we're supposed to express it in. But I think for men, there is just this part of society that is so like evasive when it comes to men and emotion. And so many times you hear that, okay, women need this and women need that. We do have our spaces for us to release, but when are they going to allow spaces where men can be as equally vulnerable?
Absolutely.
You understand what I'm saying? Because if everything is supposed to be on a balance, if women are being taught to release, and they are our counterparts, they should be able to do the same thing too. Because when we come together, that's where the health of the relationship, is going to come. You're going to see that healthiness. You're going to see those vulnerabilities, those spaces where both the entities are allowed to come together to be healthy together. You're going to see the production of that. So I think more so women and the men, and the reason why I'm bringing it up is because there are a lot of these spaces in schools where there should be that whole mental health aid thing. You see it with a lot of young men in school where the minute they act up, they're pushed into a class where they are not good enough. So self-esteem goes down, you know. So I think just like the brother is saying, yeah, we really do need to look at it on a deeper level, and not just on a deeper level, but from a beginning stage, you know, so that when young people do encounter their situations, at least they know how to roll and tumble with it, you know. So
Definitely, definitely.
yeah, I think
I agree.
Hi. I love your presentation.
Thank
It was
you.
awesome. And definitely as a mental health advocate as well, I think one step further is that we forget that it doesn't need to be in the confines of a therapist and a client
Absolutely.
dynamic to have awareness of what you're feeling, what you're thinking, how you're living. And even just as simple as like how I connect with my niece and nephew. It's like, do I let them be themselves, or am I putting my idea of what life should be on them? And that's how we affect other people's mental health. And, you know, we see it a lot, like your mom treats you one way, but then when she has her grandchildren, all of a sudden she's just so, I'm such a different person. So it's like being able to bridge that gap before a whole generation has to go through the mistakes of the other. And so every person has the capability to be a safe space for other people. And if you can be safe space for even just one other person, that's one less person that needs to go to a therapist because they have that space where they can be themselves.
I work in the insurance industry, and I know for a fact that a lot of doctors who have certain insurance plans that they use or they accept from their patients, they're bound by certain contracts. So when it comes to psychiatrists, I'm figuring, since that is your field, you're around a lot of psychiatrists. My concern is what role does the psychiatrist play when it comes to their contracts with pharmaceutical companies? Because are they using alternative medicine, alternative means of healing mentally, or are they really pushing pharmaceuticals? Because the United States is the biggest user of pharmaceuticals, and the pusher of these pharmaceuticals are the doctors and the psychiatrists who we take our parents to, our religion to all the time. So my main, like, I feel like it definitely starts there too as well.
You're right.
Like, what role are our Black and brown psychiatrists playing when they're signing these contracts? You know, I understand that they have, you know, they have to make their money and stuff, but what are they doing to find alternative or healthier means of healing people mentally?
To be honest, based on my experience, a lot of because psychiatrists only when it comes to diagnose, and they're pushing medication. They're pushing medication on our Black and brown people, and I'm not an advocate for medication. I believe that we can heal ourselves holistically. I heal myself holistically, and I believe that everyone can do the same through eating and exercising, you know, the regular things. I follow a plant-based lifestyle, and that has helped me tremendously being a vegan, and also exercising and just coping with my emotions. Can I play this video real quick? I think they finally get it together.
The audio is coming from here, though.
I don't think this video is meant to be played, so it's just not happening today.
Yeah, it's just the audio is coming through here. There's no, if you got a speaker.
So pretty much, Dr. Joy DeBoer is pretty much, she's a psychologist, who did like a 12-year study on how Black and brown people were exhibiting, you know, these symptoms, like a lot of like post-traumatic symptoms in terms of, you know, very impulsive, you know, outbursts of anger. I would say, you know, can't sleep, you know, just this anger. And based on a 12-year study, she came up with this thing called post-traumatic slave syndrome, and saying that based on our history of Black and brown people as, you know, as slaves going through is it playing now? Going through
I'm gonna use the mic and hold it here.
Okay.
See if that.
I think she'd explain it better.
Sorry.
When we start talking about shadow slavery, we're not talking about one. We're not talking about a specific event. We're
Turn it up.
It's already all the way up. Put the mic by the speaker.
No. Based on what I know about American shadow slavery,
That's what I was doing. But it's playing from up here. As if it's built in behind the ball.
I remember sitting in the therapist after I sold off.
You gotta find that
At any point.
Yeah, that's max.
It's at max.
Yes. Second question. After slavery was officially over, now you're free. Anybody
Gotta be a small part of it.
That's what I'm looking for.
I guess he's not having anxiety.
I got my MacBook. I can bring mine if you want.
After slavery officially
My MacBook got speakers.
Hold on.
So pretty much, we didn't get therapy as a people for our experience in slavery, slavery and so forth, and that affects our mental, even more, because that was a very traumatic experience in going through slavery and also living in a world that's saying that slavery is over. Oppression is still happening. In every space that we go, we see the oppression. In our schools, we see the oppression in as simple as going to a supermarket, a store, and being followed as a black and brown person. Like, what are you doing? Are you trying to steal something? You know what I mean? So that takes a toll on us as black and brown people, and we're not getting we're not going through healing spaces to be healed. So she just pretty much talking about how we need to be healed because, seeing another black and brown person.
Fundamental basis for post-traumatic slave syndrome. How many of you with post-traumatic stress disorder?
It's affecting us. Like another person, they're going another one.
Shadow slavery. We're not talking about one.
Let her explain it.
We're not talking about a specific event. We're talking about generations of trauma with no base.
You guys started at the same time.
Yeah, I'm trying to sync them.
There's a kind of a fundamental basis for post-traumatic slave syndrome. How many of you are familiar with post-traumatic stress disorder? But when we start talking about shadow slavery, we're not talking about one trauma. We're not talking about a specific event. We're talking about generations of trauma with no intervention. Based on what I know about sugar plantations, tobacco, and the Caribbean, what I know about American chattel slavery and the plantations there, does anyone right now ever recall mental health assistance for slaves? Anybody remember sending in the therapist after I sold off your son, daughter, raped folks? At any point? Never. Second question. After slavery was officially over, now you're free. Anybody remember any therapy there? It's been rough, it's been deep for you, it's been difficult, we're gonna do a little group therapy. Anybody remember that? That would be no. Number 3, after slavery officially ended, both in the States, the Caribbean, the British, do you remember whether or not trauma continued? Did the trauma continue for people of African descent? I need to know. Okay, so now let's do the math. Hundreds of years of trauma, no treatment. Freed, more trauma, no treatment. What do you do the math? Do you think there may be residual impacts of that trauma? Of course. It didn't end, friends, and it hasn't ended yet. So I think one African people of African descent are extremely resilient. Matter of fact, I think we're a miracle. Far be it for us to pathologize or to look and cast this idea of weak and sick people. Oh, on the contrary, we are profoundly resilient because we've done everything we've done thus far with not even the ability to have this discussion. As though it were possible, we escaped injuries in all those countries and the years that followed. So this this kind of journey I'm going to take you on is going to be one that really gives a perspective on what this trauma was, what it looks like, and clinically, what is post-traumatic stress disorder? What does it look like? Let me give you a little snapshot. We'll get into it in more depth a little later. But post-traumatic stress disorder, if in fact you are diagnosed with that, again, remember, direct or indirect trauma, here are some of the symptoms. A feeling of foreshortened future. Yeah, what is that feeling? Well, you're not going to live long. How many of you are running into young people that don't believe they're going to make it past this point? Feeling of foreshortened future. Exaggerated startle response. Outbursts of anger. Difficulty falling or staying asleep. Hypervigilance. Right? These are symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. This is like DSM stuff, Diagnostic Statistical Manual Mental Disorders. It's in there. And there's a whole listing of all these symptoms. Now I want to roll it back so you can understand what the transmission theory is, because I'm going to talk about transmission. So how does a person that's been traumatized by post-traumatic, literally has a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder, can we, if we are logical and we are reasonable people, assume that a fair number of Africans had to have had post-traumatic stress disorder? You think? I'm not talking about us, I'm talking about them. Untreated, though, right? Okay, so now let's do the math. Mom, who saw dad sold or sister raped, has post-traumatic stress disorder. Still mom, though, right? Only mom now has outbursts of anger, feeling of foreshortened future, difficulty falling or staying asleep, hypervigilance. That would be mom. Now, Johnny or Mary or Shaquisha did not have the original trauma. But what are they learning? This is called social learning theory. What am I normalizing? Exaggerated startle response, outbursts of anger. Are you following me? So I didn't have to be traumatized. Now, the other thing is, do you think Johnny and Mary got traumatized too? Do you see? So what happens in your environment, you learn from the significant others in your environment. And if they're broken, guess what you're going to be? You're learning from broken people. And you're normalizing that behavior. And then it becomes, years later, 2008, that's their culture.
So thank you guys. So that was the end of my presentation, and I have one question for everyone. And a lucky audience member would get a gift, but anyone that's like a mental health counselor won't get, please don't answer. So I have one question, and the lucky person will get this gift. What is the difference between a mental health and a mental disorder? Anyone? It's two different things.
Mental disorder side.
You want to answer? She had her hand up. You can go.
One is preventative, one is a diagnosis.
Yeah. That's true. Okay. Pretty much, just like physical health, you need to exercise and you need to take care of yourself. So that means everybody has mental health, but a mental disorder is more on the extreme side where you have significant dysfunction in your thinking, your thoughts. Well, thinking is not the same thing, but you're thinking, you're the way that you behave in your emotions. So it's a different thing. Thank you, guys.
Give a round of applause. Put your hands together here. All right, come on. That's it. That's it. Beautiful. I was trying to book Joyce. She's $5,000, but I couldn't book her right now. So I told Joyce the crew I'll talk to her later about that. 5,000, she's worth it. She's worth it. She's worth it. And if that's what she wants, I will bring it to her. I mean, hey, David Banner is $6,500. So, I mean, hey, that's what it is. That's what you want. Devontae. Where's Devontae? Devontae. I need to pull this down. I want the screen down, please. I need the screen down out of here. Please. We keep it moving. Thank you. Once again, want to give around Dr. Africa and Dr. Melanie in the building. Give them a round of applause. We are still live on, yes, good. We're still live on YouTube. Give YouTube a round of applause. Give them a round of applause. Come on. Put some there, man. Let me drag this table over here. Put that up. Hold on, let me get this out. We can put this up. What's under there? That's too black for you, sir. That's why we drag your food over there. Too black. Too black, too strong, sir. Now, while they get prepared, what we're going to do is take a break. Got to take a break. Want to get themselves lined up, and do not come over here and start shopping with them yet. Please, don't do it. Let them set up first, because it's too much to be trying to handle people's business and all that while they're setting up. So please, well, I can still, let me promote some of the stuff. I'm going to talk before we start letting people go into row, but you can start getting up and support the vendors. But remember, we got next week, as a matter of fact, if in Atlanta, we got that goodsexatlanta.com. Make sure you go on the live stream for that and sign up for that. Don't forget, on June 3rd at St. Francis College, we got Phil Valentine, Brother Panic, and I said the Duke of Tears at the metaphysics, the gathering of the metaphysics the masters with Dr. Phil Valentine, Brother Isaiah, and Brother Panic coming back into town. The place is going to be packed, so if you ain't got your tickets, that's up to you. It's going to be filled, and I know Phil is going to come with some stuff. Brother Panic going to come with some stuff, and Isaiah, the Duke of Tears, the Sultan, Isaiah, Duke of Tears, out of Florida, out of the territory of Florida, is going to come with some stuff. So if you can make it out, it's going to be June the 3rd inside of St. Francis College. If you're a vendor and you haven't got I know Unc already paid for his vendor space. Unc don't play, boy. He does. Unc is in the building. I look. If you ain't gonna be there with 400 people that you can actually commute and talk with and communicate with, that's up to you. But it's going to be an excellent event. St. Francis College is going to be powerful. Also on July the 7th in the Symphony Hall, my brethren, Sonetta TV is doing a Sonetta TV Award. If you can make it out there at the Symphony Space in Manhattan on Broadway, Symphony Space is doing Sonetta TV Award. In August or September, I know Soleil and Professor Griff is going on the road with their new book on relationships. So we're going to be working with Soleil and Professor Griff here in New York City. So if you know who Soleil was, of course, the artist Soleil and Professor Griff from Public Enemy, bringing him back. I haven't had him back in a while, but since they're coming together as a man and husband team, they've been together for a year already, but they've known each other for 27 years. So it's beautiful to see that they came together after so many years. And still, through their relationships, their past relationships, they came together and bonded and became one. I was there at the wedding. I had a great time at the wedding myself, and Black Dot and various other people was at the wedding. Chuck D, I seen Chuck D at the wedding. It was a great wedding. And I know they put it on, somebody put it on Facebook, or somebody put it online. And Professor Griff, I swear to you, they announced, don't put it online. They announced this, but you know our people. Nichols. No, I'm talking. I don't use the GG as the Nichols. Those are the ones that are just crazy. That's why the double C is there. They're crazy, cray. That's the double C, cray. And that's the one that put it online and thousands of people watching their wedding. And they said right when they started, don't do this put this on social media. They wanted to, consummate their marriage and show their love to each other personally. Ray Higgins was one of the people that gave off, that actually did the wedding, and another elder, I forgot the sister's name, but it was a great event. There was a male and female that worked together to help sanction the wedding and show that love. So if you're going to get married one day, some of us are not getting married. Some people don't want to get married ever again. I totally understand. Look at that. Good luck. Lots of people. But marriage is good. Some people have been here. How long y'all been married, family? How long y'all been married? Y'all two. Yes, y'all two. The elders, yes. Huh? 18 years? Give them a round of applause. 18 years. Damn it, some of us can't even make 18 minutes. Get married, want to run right out after the first argument. Look, I mean, the longest one of my marriage was 6 years. So I tried. I tried. Oh, damn, I tried. I got fired, though. Emotional stress. And then I tried it again. That was a year. Then I tried it again. But you know, Malcolm used to say, keep on trying until you get it right. So guess what? I'll do it again. No, there's nothing wrong with marriage. It's not, let me tell you, it's just you gotta work it out. And sometimes people like me, it's hard to deal with, especially when you're a person that have goals. Sometimes the partner you're with don't have those type of goals and ambitions. You got to balance it out, okay? You got to learn to schedule it in, you know? Baby, I can deal with you these 2 days. I got business to take care of to build this empire for the rest of the week. But you know what? It's all about building family business. And I think it's very important that if you do have a mate, you better support one. So I had to learn that. I messed up. And I can admit that. Yeah, maybe I should have read some of this stuff. Because I can admit that. People stress you. I like communication. If you don't communicate with me clear, I get upset about that. Because it's communications I deal with. I'm Aquarius. I need communication. Need focus here. Come on now. It's a business. That's what I hear. That's Jamila, you're there laughing. What you're laughing for? Jamila, you're laughing for. So y'all laugh. Yeah, I'm not even going to say a word. But those who don't know, mind your business. Yeah, no, big up to Jamila, one of my dear former girlfriends. Give her a round of applause. Jamila, one of my former girlfriends. We so loud to each other. You know, I got all my ex-wives, girlfriends, they all still my friends. And I guess that's the problem, right? I'm a book. Sorry, Mama, I'm sorry. And this book here, now, y'all want some feng shui for the house? This is the original feng shui. Per Ankh. Before feng shui even came about, we was doing it in our ancient language, how to make that energy flow through. This book is on point. I had to correct my bed inside my house because of this book. This book done showed me. I did not break in my bed. I was correcting my bed. Oh, my partners are crying here. These my family here. I love these people. Y'all can tell, right? You can tell. As soon as they came in, they put smiles on my face. You know what I'm saying? As soon as they came in, because Dr. Africa and Dr. Melanie has been very genuine to me. Them and other elders. As a matter of fact, now that I'm looking to get married, my consultants are couples that's been together for at least 10 or more years. That's it. That's all I want to talk to. I don't want to talk to nobody that's single anymore. I don't want to go hanging out at the club no more like I used to do. You don't want to do that. If you like a relative of mine, how you gonna have a wife and then going to hang out with your single friends in clubs and strip clubs? That's not gonna work. Swiping cards between people's cracks. Don't do it. Y'all will get that later. But I'm just saying, don't do it. That's why my elders that I consult is Phil Valentine and his wife. They've been together 15, 20 years. Dr. Africa and his wife, they've been together about 15, going on 20 years. Dr. Ashra Kwesi and his wife been together around 25 years. Baba Baruti and his wife been together for 35 years. Those are my elders that I talk to when I'm going through some stuff, especially in relationships. People like Professor James Smalls, and I talked to him, he's 40 years in, and I talked to Professor Jeffries, who's 50 years in. Them are the ones I got to talk to because they went through the ups, downs, ins, outs, bad smells, good smells, whatever it is. They went through it. Don't laugh at me. Mother, don't laugh at me. You know, but it's serious. So in order for us to, really, and I'll connect you to some of these elders. Don't worry. If you're looking to get married or you're in a relationship and you need some connection, these elders do consultation. But don't mess with Dr. Africa. He ain't doing no more mental consultation. He stopped that. Black folks picked him off. Right now. That's it. But he wrote a book for it already. That's why. He don't need to tell you nothing. He already wrote the book. Believe me. He don't need to tell you. He got relationship book. He got children's book. He got all of this. You know what I'm saying? He wrote the book, so he don't need to tell you nothing. He'll just direct his wife and say, read the book. No, don't talk to him. Read the book. And that's why he wrote it. And then you could go online when he, back in the day, Dr. Africa didn't have no gray or nothing. Back in the day, you see him with Ma'at in relationships. That's an old DVD. Old DVD. I mean, old as Jesus. That's right, Doc. Doctor say, don't even ask me about that tape. My aunt in relationship. That's when you had the acetate, that you had to flick the acetate under the projection, and then you had to shine it on the screen and pull it off and put another one on. That's what he was doing it on. So he's been doing this for a long ass time. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna take a like 10 minutes. 10 minutes is good. I could do 10 minutes. We get y'all walk around, support some, go to the bathroom, take a pee in the doodle break. Do what you gotta do. Whatever. Buy some food, buy some stuff here, Nicholas. Buy from my sister here. Buy from me, buy from Uncle Ryder's son. Support. Why you laughing, sister? Don't laugh. We all do it. All right. All right, so let's take this 10-minute break. Do not come. Are you ready to buy? You ready to sell? Or you because they'll do it. You know, they're not ready to sell. She'll shut you down. She's a martial artist. She will shut you down. Shut up. You know you're a martial artist. we been training. But yeah, take a break, walk around, and then we're gonna get back with Dr. Afrika and his wife. Who's coming up first? You or him? Him? Okay, he's going up first. Okay, that's how you do it. All right, so thank y'all very much. Give him a round of applause. We'll be right back in 10 minutes. You too, we'll be back in 10 minutes. All right, peace.
Ever been through something that you thought you couldn't make it through? Girl, you can make it through. I sing these words because yeah, they just don't understand what it is you feel when you hear about the type of thing I get lit. They just don't understand when it goes into the brain. Why it takes you there that you don't understand the words. And honey, it doesn't even matter if you got to. And we can feel it. We can feel the thing. We can feel the thing. Oh yeah. They just don't understand what it is you feel when you hear a thing I hear this. They just don't understand when any emotions are prayer. Why it takes you there and you don't understand why. It doesn't even matter if you got to keep and we can feel it. We can feel this thing. We can feel this thing. Oh yes we can.
What's up, family? We're here. You know the deal. Make sure you go and donate. Donate, because Dr. Africa is coming up next. You can donate from $1 to at least $100. Go to the PayPal and donate at numbersAreSimple@gmail.com. Numbers at simple Gmail. Let's support Dr. Africa in his work. Remember, he has a nice holistic a holistic warehouse where he actually put his herbs together and his products together. Also, he has a lot of editors that work with him with all his books. And Dr. Africa is one of the people, one of the elders in our community that's doing it. Remember, this part of the proceeds will go to Dr. Africa, but make sure you hit us up on that PayPal and donate to Dr. Africa. That's numbers are simple. That's numbers. The letter sister Rosland. Sister Rosland, how you doing? Oh, what's up, sister? I gotta shout out Sister Rosland Jeffries. Come on, sister, come on over here. Let me get you all over here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We got Sister Rosland Jeffries in the building. Y'all think I'm playing? Give a round of applause to Sister Rosland Jeffries. Dr. Jeffries, right? Give Mama Jeffries a round of applause. Mama Jeffries, how you doing?
Right. Oh, okay. I can share that with you after.
That's right, family. The superstars are in the building. That's right. The superstars are in the building. The superstars are in the building. Of course, you just seen Dr. Rosland Jeffries and Dr. Leonard Jeffries in the building to come and support one of their elder brothers and their comrades in the house. Of course, Dr. Laila Africa. Make sure you go to that PayPal and support. Show that support. Donate. Share this video to your timeline on Facebook. Share this video right now. It's all about supporting our elders. And remember, bottom on the description bar, you get to see where you can actually pay through PayPal. Hey, you can send $1. You can send $5. You can send $100. From $1 to $100, you can send any amount of funds to help them out, show us love, and do what we got to do. It's all about showing love, because what Dr. Laila Africa is going to get into, what his wife is going to get into, what Natasha already did, is going to be big. All right, so it's very important that we understand what we're doing. Of course, the mental health is very important, so I'm glad y'all got it. This will be on YouTube right here on this channel. Subscribe, press that bell and click on that bell, and make sure you get all the notifications from us. King Simon is here doing what I love to do, keeping the house packed, having fun. Got a lot of people in the building. Look at all the people in the building. Everybody's walking around supporting the vendors. Anybody want a book? Y'all let me know if you want a book. I'm right here. That's right. I'm right here with you. You know the book? I'm right here. Yeah, I'm selling books. I'm selling t-shirts. I'm selling. That's how we do it. So we got Dr. Rosland Jeffries over here, Dr. Leonard Jeffries in the back. So we're going to continue. We're about to sit everybody back down. They already selling. They're doing what they got to do, so we're making it happen. So we're going to take you back to the front. Make sure you hit that donate button. Donate. Yeah, right, Mama. You want to say, come to me. I said. Yeah, I'm going to Sure. All for 20, all the teachers are 20. 20. They buy all three of the books, all free. They get a free DVD. So yes, we're here at Nicholas Brooklyn. Of course, you can see the crowd as well. You see Natasha doing her thing. Of course, we're here doing what we have to do to keep it all in the community. Show that donation, throw that donation. That's right, just go to PayPal, numbers, the letter R, simple, at gmail.com, or go to King Simon Productions at gmail.com and click on friends and family and send that donation from $1 all the way to $100. That's totally up to you. Watch your back. All right. That's totally up to you what you want to give. It's only from $1 to $100. It's like a super chat, but I don't have super chat right now. So please show that love. Of course, what we got coming up next, we got the one, the only Baba Phil Valentine coming up next with Brother Panic in New York, and I said the Duke of Tears, and that's going to be on June the 3rd. If you ain't get your tickets, you better go to blackmagic.eventbrite.com. That's blackmagic.eventbrite.com and go and get your tickets for that. Also, I'll be in Atlanta, but it's already sold out at the Temple of Sekhmet. I'll be speaking on the sexual alchemy and how the sexual alchemy conference. That's where I'll be speaking at. So if you want to be there or you want to see it live, go to Good Sex Atlanta. goodsexatlanta.com and find out what we're talking about as far as good sex is concerned. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with the numbers and all that. So it's very important that we still keep on support. So we're doing it. Let's walk around the house. People are in the building. Say hi. No YouTube girl. That sister from Montreal, Canada in the building. They're in the building. They're all the way from Canada. Lord, her and her baby daughter in the building. So once again, this is King Simon Productions. .wordpress.com, numbersaresimple.com. That's our website. Also, I got an app. Go to App Village and find King Simon Productions on App Village. Remember, you can get discounts to my events coming up. I got a big thing coming up with Professor Griffin, other couples, and his wife Soleil coming up. And don't forget, keep on subscribing. Share it with a friend. Remember, sharing is caring. Show your love. Give it all to them. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're all about. So we're getting ready to shut this down and get ready to get them back on the case.
Yeah, I know.
All right. This is what it is. All right, we're going to get ready to get back to our seats. Get ready to get back to your seats because we want to start this thing up for the people. All right, thank you. Good. And we're going to get ready to set this back up for people. Got to pick up, of course, Dr. Leonard Jeffries in the building. Got to pick up Professor Leonard Jeffries and his beautiful wife, Dr. Rosland Jeffries in the building. Of course, we want to pick up the elders in the building that's just passing on, it's passing through and coming through and doing what we got to do. Remember, my books, you can buy my books for $20 each, but if you get all three of them, you get them for $50. Remember, Dr. Africa got his books on sale right now. You can Brooklyn is in the building. We got food on sale. If you want food, we got some great old vegetarian vegan food things on sale right now. If you want to eat that mushroom soup that he got, man, oh man, it's delicious. No problem. Make sure you support all the vendors in the building. Don't just stay one vendor. Walk around and meet the vendors, people. Meet the vendors. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of the vendors. That's what we do. All right? People on YouTube, you know what it is. You can hear me YouTube. Go down on the description bar and show that support. There you go. You gonna do? All right. Listen. So that's important. Remember, its numbers are simple, lowercase. Female, that's why. How you doing? Good to see you. How you doing? All right? All right, there you go. I know it's tight in here. This is the smaller niggas. This ain't the old niggas. It's smaller now. It's intimate. You can't be afraid of anybody. You gotta be able to touch somebody. Everybody touch somebody. Reach out and touch somebody's hand. That's how it works. That's how it works. How it works. All right, get ready to take your seats so we can set this off now. The music is turning me on. Yeah, that's back in the day. WBLS. Where you do. All right. Make sure you get the flyers coming up. We got the flyers coming out. Make sure you get those flyers before you leave. I'll make sure that it passes to everyone about the events coming up. Also, the numerology classes that I teach online. You can also join me online to get that numerology class online.
You met that girl. I know that girl.
And we can do that.
All right, we're gonna have to shut this down so we can start the rest of the program now. Come on now. I know I should have gave y'all a chance. See, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Give them a chance, boy. Woo, they take you a million miles. All right, you want to see? You want to see? Right there. Hold on. Hold on, Doc. Mama Rosland wants to say hi. Greetings to you. All right. Some of y'all gonna have to wait to get that book signed, so y'all gonna have to wait to the end, you know. So we want to start this up, because if we let y'all go, we'll be here, and that's all we can do is signing. Never get through the lecture. And people are waiting online to see Dr. AFRIKA. Once again, give enough respect to Father Professor Jeffries in the building and his beautiful wife, Dr. Rosland Jeffries. Thank you. That line is like cheese. There's a cheese line going on over there. Pure cheese. Vegan cheese. Vegan cheese line. We're going to have to cut this cheese line. I got no bread. I got no bread. I got no crackers. Vegan crackers. I got no vegan crackers. Give me all anyway. God. I watch you. I can't. Hey, you gotta have fun. That's how I left the stress on my stomach. You know what? I'm gonna buy a stamp for Dr. AFRIKA with a signature on it. So get a stamp. Keep it moving, man.
Yeah.
Stamp it. Y'all playing games. Y'all think I'm joking. We're gonna stamp stuff. Take too long to write.
Sit them down. Sit them down so the lecture will start.
All right, you gotta go get look at everybody's on the right hand. You're gonna have to wait, y'all gonna have to wait. God of mercy. You see, because he takes a seat. That's what I can't. And you got more. Look, let's sign one book. Let's sign one book and keep it moving, down. Sign one book. Don't sign all the books up there. Everybody wants to sign all the books. Sign one book. You got the autograph. Yeah, let them go. You know him already. I don't know what you know. All the books? Well, maybe I can make Melanie start speaking instead of God.
All right, we're about to start momentarily. Give us a few minutes. Give us a few minutes, online people. Thank y'all for tuning in so far. Believe me, there's a lot of people in here. Everybody got to get seated. You know, everybody got to get seated just in case. Got to make sure everybody's seated. Going all the way around. That's what we're doing. That's right. Minister Clemson is right here chilling. What's up, Minister Clemson? Enjoying food. That's right. That's right. Good food. Good food keep you. Good food keep you. Yeah. But you know what it is? I want to see those donations popping in, people popping in. Go to numbersaresimple@gmail. Go use PayPal. Numbersaresimple@gmail. Send that donation from $1 all the way to $100. Whatever you can spare. It's like super chat. Just go in the description bar. But they're all lowercase. Numbersaresimple.com. It's lowercase. I just put it in big cases just to accentuate it. You know what it is. All right. Oh yeah, Dr. Africa ain't finished yet, man. We ain't finished. We just here. They signing all the stuff. You see all the product they got over there? Yeah, they got all that product. Everybody just lining up. It look like a vegan cheese line. I'm telling you, it's a vegan cheese line. I'm trying to tell you. Man. It works. It works. It works. Yeah. Make a whole bunch of babies.
Hey, turn that up.
Okay. This has to be it. Because it looks good. That looks good. But we got to start this thing now. We got to keep going. We only got a certain amount of time in here. We got time to complain. Hold people up. It's 8 o'clock. Oh, Lord Jesus, it's 8 o'clock. Yes. We have to keep it moving. All right, people, we got to stop this as this is it. This is it. We got to keep it moving. So y'all go ahead and sit down. We're going to keep y'all at the end. Go and sit down. Go and sit down. We got to get everybody there. We got to keep this thing moving. Now y'all playing now. Now see every time that these extra people on the line start coming up. Here we go. Relax. We're going to get a big cheer for you. All right. That's the last sale. That's the last sale until we get this thing popping. We have the last sale. Wow, yeah. That's a big one. That's a big thing. All right, you all right?
I didn't even touch my ticket.
All right, need y'all turn down that music. That music needs to turn down. Let's turn it down by the computer. You know how to turn it down by the computer? You know how to turn down the computer? Yeah, thank you very much, John. Thank you, sir. All right. I'm going to learn today. That's all I know. I need one of those tall chairs over there. Tall chairs. I need one of them tall chairs right now, people. Oh, God, wait. Bring the tall chair. Tall chair. Tall chair. You come in? I actually need one with the thing on the bottom. If you got one of those, Yeah, please, you know, you don't want him hanging off like he's a little short person. Come on now, I was gonna say midget, but I said it anyway. Girl. Y'all too sensitive now. We can't even tell comedy. Y'all too sensitive. I can't take the sensitive side now. We're in the year 2000, that's why. It's a sensitive year. Y'all found it? That sister has one over there, and I think they have one over there. Joe, you want to say something about your place? No, I guess not. You want to say something about your place? All right. Say something about your place, man. Go on, y'all mic.
My phone is ringing. Oh, I forgot. You live.
I'm live. You done right. Got a lot of people up here. Go ahead.
Make me feel like a superstar. First off, people, good evening, good evening, good evening.
Give Joel a round of applause. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
I need y'all little petty claps. Give yourself a hand. Give yourself a hand. Hand.
They don't like themselves.
Y'all don't like yourself? We're gonna try one more time. We're gonna try one more time because I know y'all excited. Give yourself a round of applause. Man, we gotta get a self-boosting motivational class going on. Anyway, we just opened up a new shop in Harlem, so check it out on 3rd Avenue. All right, we got the Nicholas Brooklyn here. You know, we're doing big things. You're gonna see a lot of stuff come out of this. Then we also got the Joel Benjamin 528 on Instagram, and we have it on YouTube. Now, we're gonna have some events coming up in here. I'm gonna be doing one with Q Butter coming in July. We're going to have spots where they're building the actual robotic vehicles. All right. If you have children, or if you know any children, get them in now. Everybody that knows me, they know I'm one. I will put your ass on the spot. Because we like to push this black power shit, and we're not pushing the black power shit the right way for the children.
Talk about it.
All right? It's free. We're going to have one that's free. Then we're going to have one that's advanced for the children. You have to bring your children out to these type of events to get stuff done so they could get the knowledge they need. When I look, everybody know like the type of work I do, the children I see, every time I'm watching some Asian children or some white children. They're not just building, but they're also getting into our sciences. So please wake the hell up. It's coming in July. If you have children, we have the spots. It's going to be limited. First come, first serve. I made sure I put that out there. If anybody know Q Butter, he don't play either. Actually, he'll come up here and really start cursing because he don't like when it comes to the children. People are not, we gotta lean more to our elders. You get what I'm saying? So if you know you have any children, grandchildren, bring them in, have them learn how to make the race cars. Anybody see the young boy that built the car? No, a real car out of scrap in Africa? Yes. Anybody seen that? Yes. All right. So how come we're not hearing about that happening here in America? It's supposed to be the richest country on the planet where they could just go and get the stuff just like that.
Video games.
Yeah, thank you.
Reality shows.
Damn video games, reality shows that the parents is watching. So bring your children out, all right? That's all I got to say on that. Thank you for supporting Nicholas Brooklyn. We're going to have Layla Africa on here. Definitely show him a round of applause. Give yourself a round of applause. Show some light.
Give him a round of applause. We got one of our elders. Come over here, Elder, real quick. You gotta get. Come on, Elder. Come on, say something on YouTube. Come on over here, Elder. Come on over here. Where you going now? We got a tribute to. I know we're not gonna let him stay too long. We know how Baba Jeffries can speak. He can speak. Don't give him the mic. But Baba Jeffries, give him a round of applause, Dr. Leonard Jeffries. And you know, they're doing a tribute to the ancestors of May the 19th, right? Of Malcolm X, right? We're doing a tribute to the brother.
We've been doing it for 50 years.
50 years. So, Baba, please show the love and real quick. And
okay, Hotep family. Black Power family.
Black Power.
Wakanda forever, family.
Wakanda forever.
Let's give our brother an acknowledgement, his family, for pulling this, staying alive in Brooklyn. If you can't make it downtown, then come on. I'm full today. So I'm glad to see the family here. Certainly, I'm glad to see so many young people. It's good to have us old folks around, but we got to pass the torch on to the young folk. And it's going to be difficult because most of you all got serious views and serious processing, and you don't want to be African. And, now you done create this Black Panther Wakandan-ness. So we'll take it. We're going to work with you at any level. We're on a victorious path, brothers and sisters, if we tap into our strength and our power, which is our Africanness. But Dr. Jeffries, I'm not African, I'm from Jamaica. Not Jamaica in the islands, Jamaica out there where Kennedy Airport is. I'm not African, Dr. Jeffries, I'm Latino, I'm from the projects in the Bronx. Everybody identifies with their peculiarity and not with their globalness. We're a global people, we're the first people. And if you can't identify with that, you're losing your power. And so this process that we have you in is the power. But Dr. Jeffries, I got a white answer. So what? Most of us got a white answer. You're still African. So we have to work with the consciousness, African consciousness. I often get confused with somebody called Dr. Africa. You all don't need to get confused. The good-looking one is me, and the smart one is me. They do that with Kwame Ture also. It just happened last night. We honored Hugh Masekela's legacy at Harlem Hospital.
Yes.
And one sister was heavy into talking. She said, Dr. J, you look a little like a Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael back in the day. I said, yes. He's a little taller, but I'm better looking. But the important thing is we are family. And if you can't work from that premise, you jeopardize yourself. And so our brother and his family, his queen and whatnot, they will be able to give us some serious, because if you're not healthy, there's nothing serious that you can do in the long term. But he's scary healthy. I keep a distance, because he'll tell you what to breathe, what to think. He's got it together. But I've survived 81 years and doing whatever I can. The blessing is to have an African queen, mother, like Rosland. Officially married for 53 years, hanging together for 55. And she began the African Odyssey in 1960. She went to Nigeria. And then I followed her in 1961. Then we got married. We started hanging out together, 62, 63. And we got married 64. Then we decided to go to live in Africa. How many of you all lived in Africa? Oh, that's terrible. Well, how can you all be African and y'all ain't been there? Goodness. I mean, I don't want to embarrass you. I've been there at least 100 times. But Africa, I include Brazil, I include South America, Guyana, I include the islands of the Caribbean. Y'all got to get into this Africanness. What y'all been doing? Brooklyn is just a way station. Just hang here. Queens, you go through it and get quickly out of it. Jersey is where we've been living so we can get into New York and not stay here too long. You're in what I call survival culture. You got to transform into African culture. And that's the victory. And so that's our great challenge. Every single one of us have to go through a process of transformation. If you got a partner like mine, it's easy, but she's difficult because she's got standards. She wasn't a good-looking dude who had some brains, who knew how to take care of business, and he didn't have a gold tooth and a maxima and curly hair. But at any rate, we're on a victorious path. Africanizing ourselves is the key. Now, if you really want to hear Jeffries' lecture, go on the internet, put in Harvard, Howard, Morehouse, Uganda, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Accra. And this is the brother who's responsible for putting my shit out everywhere. Clemson Brown has been filming us, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and all of us. And so I put my name in, and then here comes another lecture puppet. Anyway, we're on a victorious path. And this is not my moment. This is Dr. Afrika's moment. And so my wife, of course, don't get her started. But we do have the books. I dragged some books here. He got everything you can purchase here. But I do have Dr. Wade Noble's book on the Haitian Revolution, the Island of Beans. I did an intro. Brother Smalls did an afterword. Wade Noble's put his spirit in it. It's a classic work. Dr. Clark, my mentor, he did a book that he asked me to be a part of, Christopher Columbus and the African Holocaust. We do have a couple examples of that. Jeffries did an intro. Professor Scobie, my buddy from Dominica, he did a preface. So we do have some. Dr. Clark has an outstanding work which we republished. Africans at the Crossroads, Notes for an African World Revolution, the Unfinished Revolution of Marcus Garvey, Du Bois, Malcolm, etc. So you can get a hold of us through some of these books. But I know you're all hanging on with your money because you want to get some more hair from the Asians, or a Gucci bag from the Italians, get some sneakers and whatnot. But we do have some of the books. Any of you interested, we'll be there. Now, I'm finished with you all, but I can't do nothing without you. So I'm the elder. I name it and claim it. In fact, I just decided today I'm the Black Panther. You're all dealing with the figment of the imagination in the cinema. You're the real deal. I'm the real deal. You ain't get nobody no more black than me. Give me a run for it. And you ain't gonna get nobody who's been in blackness, you know, and married to it. You know, it's rough when you're married to it. It's one thing to hang with it, but to be married to it. So I could not do what I have done without the African women, the mothers, the grandmothers, the aunties, the partners, the wives. And so you all might be looking for something else, but the real deal is the African woman. She's the center of the universe.
Right. And I'm feeling good, I tell you, because I got in my pocket some vibranium. Some vibranium right here, and there's some super special ingredients in here, and those ingredients match the stuff that's in our body. Now, I heard Phil Valentine say that there's melanin crystals in our blood, in the DNA. And so, I mean, they use those crystals in computers and the coltan to make the cell phones work. So we got our vibranium going in all kinds of ways in our bodies, outside our bodies to make us just right. And now, with Dr. Afrika, I go way back with him from California.
Don't tell me how old we are.
I took the course. I passed the course. I had my samples of people. I was going around in Georgia and in Africa collecting my samples and all of that stuff with the blood pressure and how to walk. And hey, lo and behold, he got a whole book with some of that stuff, some of the stuff he taught us right here in the book. And it was so convenient. I'm still teaching, believe it or not. I teach filmmakers. God wants me somehow or other to teach filmmakers, animators, cartoonists, illustrators. So I'm still at the School of Visual Arts. That's the art school that Lombe Brack graduated from. And also, I'm forgetting now. But anyway, I'm still, and so the one girl came in there and they were trying to study what was beautiful and to deal with the beauty from the different races and the different cultures, etc. And so the girl came in, you know, and everybody's running to a new hairstyle, a new hair color, to shave it all off and to do all of those things. But the formula I gave them was the golden mean. If you want to know what beauty is, look at the analysis right here. And when you find out the analysis has to do with your God perspective, your God stance, the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit that works in you. And as you are faithful to it, beauty comes from within. Thank God for bookstores like this. And I hear there's a new one in Harlem. And I'm hoping that you will get some people that do massages in there so I can get my massage and I can get my foot detox and all of that kind of stuff going on as well. So anyway, that's just a quick hello.
Thank you, Bob. You're time for both of us. Now, Dr. Africa and I go way back in the family way to Alabama, Cottonwood Health Spa.
That's right.
That my family, at the initiation of Dick Gregory, purchased. And he was there for a week. And he told us we're doing everything wrong. We got to do everything right. And I've been running away from him ever since. Because I like my little sweets here and there. And I like some color water, like juices and whatnot. But he'll tell you how to breathe. So he's got the right path. And I've been able to make it through, along with my wife, for 81 years. But y'all ain't going to be able to do that because you're living in a toxic environment, toxic city, toxic air, toxic planet. And so he's got the key. So I'm going to let you all go. I'm going to let him have his...
Ready?
I'm ready. But see, that's a mistake. When you give a professor the
I know.
Beautiful youngsters
I know.
In front of him.
I know.
Hey, I was doing it for 50 years. Can you imagine? We were so powerful at City College, that the sisters was running to class. The brothers was running to class. We told them, bring your mama, bring your children, and we made it a family affair. And our brother, Dr. Africa, has made his great legacy of family affairs. So bond with the brother.
Thank you very much, Papa. Give him a round of applause. I knew it. I already knew it. Without further ado, I want y'all to stand up for all the elders. Stand them up. Stand up for all the elders and show your love. As we welcome one of the most uncompromising health practitioners in the world today. Start clapping your hands, stomping your feet. Welcome to one, the only, Dr. Naila Afrika!
I know who I am, right?
I hope so.
Well, you know, people do the introduction.
You done had the elder talk about you. I mean,
Oh, yeah, Dr. J.
Dr. J.
We talk big trash, you know. Good evening. Turn it up. Thank you very much. Am I doing all right? Okay. I'll just check with my wife, see whether I should speak. These things happen when you're married. So I guess I'm going to talk about health this evening. The topic was Black folks aren't getting it. Is that right? Yeah, Black folks don't get it. I think that was right. The problem that I see, and I'm glad you got a pen and paper. I'm going to run this thing down precisely. Okay? Your culture gives you beliefs. From your beliefs, you get emotions. When you react to an emotion, we call it a feeling. Beliefs are reinforced by rituals and ceremonies. Those are only two human behaviors, a ritual and a ceremony. I say hello to you, you say hello to me, that's the greeting ritual. But if I add music to it, dancing, there's the greeting ceremony. So your culture gives you beliefs. From your beliefs, you get emotional. And when you react to your emotions, we call it a feeling. Beliefs come from your culture. The Europeans, and I'm not calling them Greeks, I'm saying precisely, white people, if you want to use that term, have a belief system, and that's called science. The belief is called a theory. A theory is a belief. No scientist walks in a laboratory without his culture. There's no such thing as a cultureless scientist. There's no such thing as a healthy person that's cultureless. Culture defines health. They have in my business theories. The theory of evolution, which is not a fact, it's a belief. The theory of gravity, the theory of the speed of light, the incremental theory. We got so many beliefs, it's ridiculous. Then I worked in psychology, which I don't do anymore. If I find someone crazy, you're going to stay that way. I don't do that anymore. I worked in that business for 15 years based on the belief of Oedipus, which is a Greek fairy tale about some guy that got confused and killed his father and had sex with his mother and had some children. That's the basis of how you think. So we think like white people because we're taught to think by them based on a belief. The left hemisphere and right hemisphere of the brain, belief. The subconscious and conscious belief. The ego, subconscious, all that, those are beliefs. They are not facts. The brain functions like everything else in nature. A tree grows from its root. So every thought you have grows from the root, the brain stem. And from the brain stem, then it's distributed to your middle brain, which is bigger in black women, all women on the planet. The middle brain harmonizes the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere. So when we're talking to each other with this concept, we can't get to a black answer using a white program. There's no way it's going to happen. It's like you trying to give someone instructions on how to play golf by using the rules of soccer. You're trying to teach someone how to play tennis by using the rules of soccer. You're going to end up playing soccer. You are playing into the destruction of yourself by trying to think like a white person. That's totally ridiculous. The only time I really got upset about it was when I saw a black person buying a white dream book to interpret their dreams. You can't get any more crazy than that.
I know it's Marty.
So I'm saying beliefs will not arrive you to the solution, not a European belief, because it's based on their culture. Where do they come from? How did they behave where they come from? Why don't you know cave behavior and the cave social system? That's the foundation of their culture. But you don't know that. They are studying us. The Chinese, Japanese, they're in Egypt right now, studying us. But we don't study them. It's like getting in a boxing match with Muhammad Ali blindfold. It's stupid. But we were trained to be stupid. And stupid doesn't come easy. You got to practice that one. Every skill is practice. If you want to be good at golf, you got to practice. You want to be good at math, you got to practice. And if you want to be good at being stupid, you got to practice. And some people want to say, why did he lie to me like that? I said, he didn't lie to you like that. He was just practicing. Don't get all upset when a Negro lies to you. They just practice telling another lie. Every skill, no matter how dumb it may seem to you, is practice. They have learned us to be stupid about ourselves and about each other. How can you love yourself with a white program? How can you understand your mind using a white program? The mind doesn't function on the subconscious. There's no subway system in the brain. There's no subconscious. There's no alter consciousness. You can't expand your consciousness. You're not God. God gave you consciousness. You can use it better. God gave you smart. You can use it better. But a book, I write 8 of them. A book can't make you smart. No, it can help you exercise your smartness, but it can't make you smart. A book is not God. So we have to go back and redefine all of this stuff again because we've been following a belief system, and beliefs are based on culture. Look, we don't get it because there's something wrong with that person over there. Because we all think that we got it together, and that Negro is the one messing up the whole race. No, you just as crazy as Michael Jackson. And you're on way. We all got it in us. We all got it in us. So we have to go back and redefine everything. Get it out of the beliefs of the Europeans and put it in our beliefs of Ma'at. Truth, justice, reciprocity. We got to define it from our culture and define our brain from our culture and our health from our culture. You cannot be healthy and cultureless. Culture defines everything for you. Chinese, you say, okay, they're just Chinese. No, they want to see China in every damn thing. That's Chinese clothing, because they want to see China in their clothing. And that's Chinese music. They want to see China in their music. That's Chinese food. They want to see China on a plate. Now, Negroes are a different thing. They want Italian food, Chinese food. They cannot define themselves by the food they eat. All the other races do that. Spanish food, Italian food, Chinese food, Negro food. Negro food, you know what I'm talking about. You call it soul food. But you're missing the whole thing. Our ancestors ate over 30 herbs with their soul food. Over 30 different wild herbs they ate with the Bigfoot, with bunions and corns. You're not eating the wild herbs that they were eating. You don't eat poke salad. You don't eat dandelion salad. They made a ham, you know. They put honey on the ham because the worms want to eat the honey. The worms come up to the surface, eat the honey, and they put cloves in it, and cloves kill the worms. That's where you get this honey-baked ham from. Put the honey on it, and worms want the honey, come to the surface, you put cloves in that ham, cloves kill the worms. You're not doing that. You eating naked pig feet. You need to put some clothes in that stuff. Put some clothes in that oxtail that's been up an ox ass all day. Soul food, give me a break. But the thing is that I'm trying to say, if you can't connect it to culture, you don't know what you're talking about. You got to connect this stuff to culture. Ring around the roses, pocket full of posies. Achoo, we all fall down. Get poor circulation, get rosy cheeks, and your veins burst in a circle around your cheeks. Then you go into a cough spasm, and you fall down. But if you didn't know that, you'd say, oh, just a children's story. No, it's defining death. To teach your children death is ridiculous because you're not connected to culture. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of the Englishman. Oh, yeah. Jack went up the beanstalk, which is symbolic of the penis. And Jack is symbolic of the sperm, and touched that egg. Do you know this story? He took the egg and he stole it and ran. And the giant put a curse on him and called the devil Fee, Fi, Fo, Fum. It's the incantation calling the devil to destroy Jack. But if you don't connect that story to culture, it's just a story. See, the whole thing is to get you. Oh Lord, did I say something? Jesus on the main line. He didn't pay his cell phone bill. So what I'm trying to say is we have to go back and connect things to culture in order to understand it clearly. That's all I'm trying to say. If you can't connect it to culture, forget about it. I wrote the history of cave culture in this book. Hand me a book, please, Jaman. Nutricide. Yeah. Nutritional Destruction of the Black Race. Thank you very much. This one has what they did in the caves. Where they get this mentality, you think that white people think like this. This tells you where it comes from. You have to know their history to know your history. If I want to understand how the Haitian black people behave, I studied French. I studied the French people. I want to understand how the black people in Brazil behave. I study the Portuguese. I want to understand how the black people in New York behave. I study the Jews. This is one of the biggest slave ports of the Jews. This and Savannah, which had the largest slave auction in history. The Jewish slave guy, Santiago, who built the first synagogue in America, was from here. Sold slaves. It's in Providence, Rhode Island, by the way. If you just want to see a monument to your destruction. Thank you very much. But nonetheless, I'm not here to beat on anybody. I know we all have struggles, you know what I mean? I know some of us are still addicted to masturbating. I understand these things. A lot of us are very handy. I understand that. We all have challenges, you know that. So I'm not here to beat down anybody. I'm here to give you a better understanding so you can you can survive the life experience. Please. So, we don't have a subconscious. We don't have id and the ego and all these other Greek fantasies based on some childhood Greek fairy tale. That's not psychology. That's Europeans practicing their culture. That's Europeans practicing their culture on you through math. Because there are only two things you can do in math. Add and subtract. No matter how difficult it is, you can only do two things. Add and subtract. So they just reflect that culture in mathematics, in biology, and chemistry. The stuff that scares you. That's just them talking about how white they are. See, when you have a cave, you don't invite your friends in. Say, this is my cave. I don't care who you are, get out. Because Europeans don't play fractions, as Dr. Henry Clark would say. They want the whole damn thing. They don't want part of America, they want the whole country. They don't want part of Afghanistan, they want the whole thing. They do not play factions. That comes from their cave mentality. You see? So when they come at you, you say, well, I got it. They only been out the caves about 30,000 years. How smart can they be? How smart can they be? If you were raised by a white woman, Obama, how smart can you be? I ain't mean to go there.
Somebody has to say it.
They are not that smart. You put them on a pedestal that they don't belong. We are 2 million-year-old civilization. We're the ancient people. You're looking at somebody in kindergarten. I feel sorry for them. The ones that are in the cemetery, that is. So nonetheless, it's an old African story. So you're black and you scrape your skin, you see that pink under there. So when the white people came and the missionaries turned around and said, why do black Africans are crying about these white people? Why are they crying? We're crying because we don't know what they did that God didn't give them any skin. You see? It's a whole other mentality when you're looking at things through your culture rather than through theirs. It's a whole different mentality. So I'm saying that they are not going to share anything with you. It is no way that an eagle's going to take advice from a turtle. There's no way. It is no way that the Europeans are going to listen to you, give them advice. Eagles listen to eagles, snakes listen to snakes, bats listen to bats. And you talking around trying to explain something to white people? Are you crazy? Only people can change white people is white people. That's all I'm trying to say. Only people can change white people is white people. The only bird that can change an eagle is another eagle. This is the laws of nature. I'm not making this stuff up. It's very sad. Now I'm gonna define something by culture. You go to a funeral and you see this coffin come out, and it's people carrying the coffin, and they dump the person in the grave. And we know the healthy way to do this is to use 95% water and 5% potassium and heat it up and boil it kind of, and then the flesh will dissolve. And it won't contaminate the earth or anything. Doesn't cost $6,000 or nothing. Just potassium and water. Heat it up and the flesh will dissolve. You don't contaminate the earth or nothing. That's the way to do it. If you're going to bury somebody, bury them 4 feet under the ground, and that way they can rot and give their nutrients back to the earth. But we're going into this whole thing from their culture with this funeral ceremony, you know, and the coffin and these guys that carry the coffin, I forgot what they called. Oh yeah, Paul. We need to bury Paul. Paul buried. But in our culture, it was symbolic. You were in your sarcophagus, which we can call coffin, and the people carrying the coffin, they had one person symbolizing my eye. They had a hawk head. You see, then this funeral was for the children to understand that you have achieved things in your life. You achieve balance, harmony, reciprocity, and that's why they carry in the coffin. But since you're not looking at it through African eyes, you know, they pallbearers. No, that's the symbol of what this person achieved in their life. You see? Balance, reciprocity, and the different animal shapes and different colors for these symbols of words I'm using. Balance and harmony, reciprocity. Are you still with me? Because the whole purpose of the funeral is for the children, to educate them. That's what it was for. And the children can relate to these colors and the hawk head and all these different animals that carry in the coffin. But you're looking at it through white eyes and you're missing the whole thing. They stole that from you. Just remember one scientific thing. If they got something, they stole it. Ice cream invented by you in America. The car industry that Ford stole from Greenfield, Ohio, invented by a black man. Everything they got, they stole. That's why you in America. You stolen property. I don't want to upset none of these runaway slaves. I'm just trying to say we got to go back and say attach culture to things so we can see it clearly, so we can understand our problem. Because then our problem is that we have been chauvinized. Science is controlled by men. Chemistry is controlled by men. History is controlled by men. Tutankhamun, Napoleon. You know I'm telling you, too, George Washington. History is controlled by men. Science is controlled by men. You follow me here? Yeah. Fashion is controlled by men. You know what I'm talking about, that's tap. They design the hairstyle of these women. Yeah, the clothes, you know what I'm saying? The tampons. Now that's ridiculous. The shoes. Men control everything, so you've been chauvinized. That's the problem. We've been chauvinized because that's how the Europeans roll. A chauvinistic way of looking at a lady who's pregnant and saying she's pregnant. That doesn't happen in our culture. The man is pregnant with the mother and the child is unborn. Are you still following me? The mother is pregnant with the child is unborn and the father, and the child is pregnant with the mother and father. Everybody's pregnant. You with me here? And the child is doing these things emotionally that makes the woman eat certain things or want to get out and walk because the child is explaining my personality to my mother and father before I'm born. That's why a Scorpio child is going to behave different from a Pisces child in the womb. You still follow me here? Because the child is taking them through an emotional rites of passage so they'll know the child before it's born. But we in chauvinized, oh, she's pregnant. No, we are pregnant. See what I'm trying to get to? Oh, she had abortion. No, we had abortion. You still with me? Oh, that lady was raped. No, we were raped. You still here? Because I'm looking at it through African eyes. But when you're looking at it through their eyes, you're lost in the stars, which was a play that the black man wrote here in New York called Lost in the Stars. And I think Louis Armstrong sang the song, Why Am I Born So Black and Blue? It's a very famous song. But nonetheless, we got to look at it properly. Now, I'm looking at a slave auction through black eyes. I'm auctioning off these slaves, but I want this slave to be sold as a waiter, as you would call it, work in the house, waiting on the tables and everything. So I set up a stage with a table, everything, and the slave comes out and demonstrates his skills. You still with me? Yep. This is what was going on in Savannah. This is what the white people call a play. This is where theater comes from slavery. And then the lady walks down the ramp and they bid on her. Look at those hips. Give 3, give me 5, 5, 5, give me 10, 10, take it. They bidding on her, what you call a ramp in the with a pageant. What's that thing?
Beauty pageant.
Yeah, when they get one cute white woman, it's a big damn deal. Because all of them look like an unfinished mayonnaise sandwich to me. Nothing personal. I have issues. I really do. But we got to go back and look at this history correctly. And we got to look at chemistry correctly, biology correctly, because we're using somebody else's vision. And they're just explaining their culture through science. Because that's what I'm reading science. I live in it. I read chemistry every day, biology every day. I'm telling you that all they doing is saying I'm white. That's all they doing. And using all these different symbols to say it. But I never learned anything from somebody white except a miseducation. And Carter G. Woodson said that. Any education you get from a white person, no matter what the subject, is a miseducation. And Dr. Amos Wilson used to talk about it. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, he used to talk about it. He said economics has nothing to do with mathematics. Economics has something to do with desire. Desire is emotions. You create a desire for your Nikes, and then you come and buy the Nikes from me to satisfy your desires. Then I say these Nikes are valuable. Value and desire are emotions. Economics has nothing to do with money. It's ability to control desire and value. You see? Has nothing to do. You say, oh, I say, this is valuable. This is gold. And then you go out and buy a whole truckload of $1 million. And since I own value, I say, now gold's worth a penny. Now you're broke. Because I own value and desire. It has nothing to do with money. The first money in history with people. You see, I'm paying it with my son. That's how we did it. That's why people want money. Don't you get it? It's not gold or diamond, it's people. Money is people, the ability to control people. That's why they want to be a millionaire. Be a millionaire means I can control 100,000 people. That's all it's about. You say, oh, they're crazy about money. No, they're crazy about control. That's what the money represents to them. And they practice this thought process. You see, you can call it football if you like. I have 50 yards, you have 50 yards, and I'm trying to steal your 50 yards. That's what it's about. That's why they like it. And I'm gonna use deceit and deception, which is military thinking. Military thinking has nothing to do with guns. It's the ability to practice deceit and deception. I'm gonna deceive you and pretend that the play is going this way. It's actually going that way. Deceit, deception. So I steal your 58 yards, as you call it. And when I finish, I win the woman because her legs are open. You call it a goalpost. And I put my sperm between her legs. You call it a football. Dr. Francis Wilson gets into this much better than me. I'm just trying to say they are reinforcing that concept of taking things. That's why they like it. Take it no matter what you have to use. Lie, steal, beg, borrow, but take it. That's what they do. But you think it has something to do with football. They ain't there for football. They have to reinforce their culture because everything relates to culture. Football is just another cultural game to keep them weight. I'm telling you, it's very simple to be healthy. Don't be deceived by these military people. If God didn't make it, don't put it in your mouth. Very simple. God didn't make white rice. God didn't make white sugar. No. White sugar from sugar cane, you have to take it out. You take one substance out of a plant and you have created a drug. It's the isolation of one substance. If I take the cocaine out of the cocoa leaf, I have a drug because I isolated a substance. Are you still with me here? Am I going too fast? I take the starch out of a wheat berry, just the starch. I have a drug. You can call it flour if you like. But I took out the starch and trashed everything else. I isolated one substance. And that's what makes a drug. I isolate the heroin from a poppy seed, I got a drug. And all drugs work the same way against melanin. If it doesn't work against melanin, it's not a drug at all. Marijuana is a plant, but once you cook it, it's a drug because you isolated the oil. Once you cook it, you've isolated the oil, therefore it's a drug. And I've never heard anyone that smokes weed say, you got any organic weed? I never heard it in my life. And I passed by a little weed in my lifetime at one time. That's another story. I was lost in the stars. So all I'm trying to say is, if you isolate a substance, that's what makes it a drug. If you take the sugar cane, take the sugar out of it, you've isolated the sugar and left the wheat and the protein and vitamin B and vitamin. You left all of that and just took out the sugar. Now you eat the sugar, and the body says, I don't know the sugar, but I know sugar cane. So it tries to make the sugar back in the sugar cane grass, pull the moisture out of your nervous system. You follow me? Now you're hyperactive, pull the moisture out of your skin, now you have to use more lotion, pull the moisture out of your scalp, now you're going bald at 25. You're still with me here? This is what the sugar's doing, because it's trying to be holy again. So it robs the bones of moisture, the muscles, the nerves, the scalp, the hair, the prostate, the uterus. As Robin Peter and Robin Paul, nobody gets paid. It's taking the moisture out of your tissue, out of your blood, which is tissue, out of your bones, which is tissue. It's trying to make the sugar cane sugar out of the grass again. Let me go another way. You eat a raisin, the body says, I don't know raisin, I only know grapes. You eat the raisin, the body says, I'm gonna put the water back in the raisin, turn it back into a grape, then I'm gonna eat it. So it's taking the moisture from your skin, your muscles, your bones, robbing you. That's the danger of it. I concentrated it and isolated it. When I took the moisture out of it, now I got this little grape all the way down to a raisin. That's what happens when you eat these substances that these Europeans, challenged white people, crackazoids. I'm trying to, be PC, culturally, politically correct. Yeah, I'm trying to be politically correct because I learned this. My grandmother told me. She told me, you college and all. That's what she called me. You college now, say something smart. I said, okay, Grandma, encyclopedia. She said, I know you were smart. That was her thing. My grandmother came out of slavery kind of thing. My grandmother's mother was a slave, so she comes out of that slavery mentality. Nothing wrong with that. Because I was going to the white school. You know how it is when you're trying to, be successful, which meant being white. So I'm going to school. I'm studying psychology. My grandmother asked, what you studying, child? You cheering, always studying something. I said, okay, I'm studying psychology. Yes, psychology. But what's that? I said, Grandma, I'm studying how to help women who have been raped. She said, you got to study that? You just wipe yourself off and keep walking. That's how she was raised. That's what was going on. You just wipe yourself off and keep walking. That's what she said. I said, Grandma, it's a little bit more to it than that. She said, child. See, I wasn't into her reality. I'm thinking all of this, that's what goes on. You're a black woman. You're raped by it. You know what I'm saying? I said, okay. But I thought she was just being, oh, I'm doing something wrong. She said, go get me the switch. I said, okay, that's really a stick, Grandma. You know that, don't you? She said, I'm trying to switch your bad behavior to good behavior. Get me the switch. That's what she was saying. I'm trying to switch this behavior to good behavior. Get me the switch. But I'm in my, European education. I said, Grandma, I just took it to old people saying that. You know how us old people, especially Dr. J, you know how old people talk. So nonetheless, we got to go back and put culture to everything in order to understand this thing. And everybody wants to see culture. Chinese want to see Chinese food. They want to see Chinese clothes. They want Chinese music. They want to see their culture. So you want to see your culture. You got to stand over and say, wait a minute, this is not African culture. That my brain resembles a Greek fairy tale called Oedipus. No, it does not. It doesn't. How can you? But we study this stuff. We think, yeah, white people, they know. So, really? So I wrote about that cave history, what they did socially, how they had sex, how they had married, how they had sex with animals, which they still do. I'm just telling you, this is normal for them. When unfortunately, I was in the military, you know, I was trying to help us be free. Is that the word? I was in the military. Let's just take it that way. And I was a psychotherapist for about 5 years. Then I was a nurse and all that kind of stuff. So I'm working in there and I'm going to school in the evening, a German school, and all that stuff. And they telling these jokes, you know. Sometimes white people forget you're black, you know, and they saying things around you. What the hell? You know? You know? So then he's saying, oh, I'm gonna tell y'all a joke. My professor, he was from Russia. Nice guy, you know. So he was saying, yeah, you know these white missionaries, they went to Africa. I said, this is gonna be a good story, you know. Yeah, they went to Africa and the guy told them, don't worry about those Africans in there. They're not gonna bother you. They only eat beans. He said, oh, okay. So the white people wake up in a pot and they're being cooked. And they looked at the damn, you know, guy and said, you told me they only eat beans. He said, yeah, human beings. I'm just saying, you got to look at where these people are coming from with these stories. You know? Everybody else, I said, damn. You know, I can't even do that without potato salad. You know? It's just a whole thing. It's just a whole thing. So we're going back and we're attaching culture to things so we can get it, because we're not getting it. We're just not getting it, because we're using a white program to understand something black for us. You got to say, wait a minute, this is a white program. That's good for white people, because they don't see the world the way you see. I can see my hand out of the corner of my eye. They call it your field of vision. Peripheral field of vision. Asians are here. White people are here. So if you walk over here, white people won't see you. And you say, damn, they walk right by me and act like they didn't see you. They didn't see you. They don't have a big field of vision like you have. That's what I'm trying to say. All of us can identify when you say, they didn't see me. That's right, they didn't see you. That hair sure smell like dog when it's wet. No, the chemical name is ammonia and sulfur. Because white people have more ammonia in their body and sulfur in their body than you do. You only smell it when the hair gets wet. Ammonia is a tricky chemical. If you heat it up very hot, it will freeze. Then you see white people out in the winter say, why are they wearing them short pants? It's cold out here. They got ammonia. You make them cold, they get warm. It's the chemistry. You be smelling their hair and say, oh, damn, it smells like a dog. That's sulfur. They have sulfur in the center of their melanin. You have selenium in the center of yours. It's physiologically impossible for a white person to come from a black person. This melanin has sulfur in the center. Your melanin has selenium in the center. A white person cannot come from a black person. Those are physical facts. That's why this man wrote the theory of evolution. He wasn't crazy like you are. Of course, we know the Jews control science anyway. Darwin's a Jew, Einstein's a Jew. They control everything. You can't get out of school unless you bow to Darwin. Your paper guy say evolution in some way, you ain't getting out of school. I'm just telling you. That's where they get the phrase, I'll be a monkey's uncle. They thought you came from a monkey. You follow me? Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. I'm saying, yeah, you are. You're white. I'm saying we know this kind of thing, so it's just a matter of using the vocabulary to trigger this knowledge, but you already have it. You know there's something wrong with people. They come, wherever they go is a trail of blood. You know that. They come here, they exterminate the American Indians. You know I'm telling you the truth. You got to know that there's something wrong with those people. You say white supremacy, but white supremacy is a belief. The thing is white domination. White domination is supported by the belief of white supremacy, which is defended by white racism. I'm telling you how it's socially constructed. First, they want to dominate. And to dominate, you have to have a belief. White supremacy supports the domination of you. You follow me? White domination, white supremacy, white racism. White racism supports white supremacy. And white supremacy supports domination. They want to dominate. They don't want part of Africa. They want the whole damn thing. That's why the French over there, the Chinese over there, the Europe. You know I'm telling you the truth. Because they want to dominate. You up there talking about, oh, it's white supremacy. No, it ain't. You're chasing the tail. You need to chase the whole damn thing, but you have to do that. Let's get rid of white supremacy. No, you can't. You got to get rid of white culture to do that. And you can't change white culture. Only white people can change. Only an eagle can change the behavior of another eagle. You still with me here? You got to come out of that thing so you can get it. Come out of that fantasy. So when I talk about the Europeans, I don't talk about it from a black perspective. I go back to Greek literature who talks about them. So they're shameless. They're thieves. The Greeks said that. And I use the Greek references. The one that said it in modern history was Frederick Douglass when he gave a speech on the 4th of July. I don't know if you, yeah, he said it quite clearly. But I don't want to upset now you cheering, because y'all got to go, and do your white jobs and all that stuff. No, really, you have to do that sort of thing. But there's no way that you can be sane and oppressed. You cannot be sane and oppressed. A sane person would not put up with this stuff. You got to be crazy. As Amos Wilson would say, you got to be out of your mind and into their mind to support this stuff that they're doing. We have the highest epidemic of 8-year-old girls getting pregnant. Black people do. 8 years old. We know from agriculture, from the famous scientist George Washington Carver, some of y'all may know him. He said, a plant that's sickly reproduces quickly. A race that's sickly reproduces quickly. That's what's going on. You show the signs of a race that's sickly. Because you absolutely believe that you can logically explain an emotional illness to a mentally ill person. You can be mentally ill and you can be emotionally ill, which you may call post-traumatic slavery trauma, a long word for emotional injury. That's the emotional injury. You can have emotional damage person. You can have emotional stunted growth. Those are emotional illnesses. You can't find emotional illnesses in a psychology book. You find some post-traumatic slavery trauma. That's an emotional illness. And it's hereditary. It's passed down from one person to the next. But nonetheless, I don't want you to think that you can't be cured of what's wrong with you. There's a lot of cures for a Negro, aside from suicide and death. You know you can't go back in your mother's womb and reorganize yourself correctly. You know you weren't born under African symbolism or principles. You know your mother and father didn't say a prayer to God before they conceived you. That's how it's done. If you can say a prayer for a hamburger, damn it, you can say a prayer for a child that's when you conceived. And sex was a spiritual activity in our culture. God created sex. But you kick sex out of the bedroom, what are you doing? God created sex. So sex is a spiritual activity. But you only see that when you're eating a hamburger or something. You got to put that back into your vocabulary. You got to see this through your African eyes for this thing to get straight. And a lot of y'all try, when you're doing, say, oh, Jesus, this stuff's good. I mean, you're trying, But I'm talking about a formal activity. Because the marriage ceremony is not for the preacher, it's for the couple. So every year, or every 6 months, you can change your ceremony because that's just your objective as a couple for that year. Are you still with me? That's what the ceremony is for. It's for you. It's not for the preacher. So you change that objective. Say this we're gonna focus on this, and you change it because the ceremony is for you, not for them. It's your program, whatever you're working on for that year or that 6 months. But we're following the Europeans. I mean, we're following. Not Crackerzoid. I'm trying to be politically correct. Y'all trying to get me back into my Getanese vocabulary. You know I'm a Getanese. So we, yeah, colonizer. I go for that. But we're just trying to get it together here. So all I'm saying is that you can't change all of this stuff in you. So all you can do is create the condition where your children can change it. You're trying to create the condition. So don't try to get all of this, you with somebody and all of a sudden you're a vegetarian, all of a sudden you deep breathing, you know, all of a sudden you don't pick your nose. You're trying to be all proper and everything. Trying to squeeze out a part when you used to blast them out. You know, you're squeezing them out now, all proper and everything. Funky Negro. So we can't change all of this stuff in ourselves or in our mates, but we can set the condition for this change to occur. Now, as I mentioned, you want to eat things in their original godly state. You want whole wheat, you want whole corn, you want to eat it in this state to keep you in your whole state. Because the birthing process, as Dr. Wilson would say, how you were born shapes your intelligence for the rest of your life. And how your mother carried the pregnancy straightens. This has an effect on you. We call it epigenetics in white language. This has an effect on you. Because you see everything whole. The amniotic fluid, I'm trying to get people who are not into this thing. I'm not trying to talk dumb to anybody. I'm just trying to say, just visualize an egg. And the yolk of the egg is you. And that whites of the egg is what we call amniotic fluid. And the shell of the egg is the placenta. Is everyone with me? The placenta grows from the baby. The placenta is not part of the mother. Let's get it all straight here. This amniotic fluid, which is called Aman, if you're into our culture, the fluid of Aman, holy waters, amniotic fluid. The baby's in this fluid, and in this fluid is what we call electrolytes. And electrolytes give off sparks like lightning. So when that baby sees these yellow bright sparks, it knows it's associated with anger. The baby knows when the mother's angry, is what I'm telling you. Because it changes the pH of the amniotic fluid. I don't want to get too science stuff in here. Is everybody kind of where I'm at? Yes, so the baby can see anger, and the baby drinks the fluid so the baby can taste anger. The baby can touch the fluid so the baby can touch anger. And electricity makes sounds so the baby can hear anger. To the baby, anger is holistic. We call this fixed behavior. So whenever I want to bond you to anything, I go back to your original program. I have New York with a flower. I have New York with a fruit. I have New York with an anthem. I have New York with a flag. That's how I bond you to New York. Does everyone follow what I'm saying? I'm going back to your original fixed behavior to bond you to New York. That's why schools have flags. Schools have colors. Basketball teams have flags. Because they're using your original behavior, your original program to bond you to it. It's no accident. It is no accident. So I'm going back to that and saying we missed all of that because the baby is holy. So everything the baby sees, touch, smell is holy. And the baby can't talk Swahili, English, or Spanish. So the baby talks emotions. That's why women are more emotional than men. They have a larger talk center than men. They talk to themselves more and talk to other women more and talk to you more. You say, what's wrong with her? I'm saying she's locked into the program of her brain. She can't escape her brain. So what is happening is, since we don't know that, we get all confused because we're trying to look at our brain as if it's a white brain. It ain't happening there. Everything has to be holistic. That's what our ancestors did. That's why they had colors on these people, hawks on it. All they used the whole program to bond you to the Ma'at, truth, justice, reciprocity. Are you still with me? That's our Africanness in us. But there's nothing wrong with being a Negro with a warranty, of course. Because when your warranty runs out, they get rid of you. Ask Bill Cosby. He was all right for a while there. He was one of their favorite Negroes. You know that. But he was under warranty. His warranty ran out. That's all. Negroes come with warranties. Yeah. It's going to happen to Steve Harvey, too. Warranty going to run out. I've tried to tell these people that. I've tried to tell OG that. I said, OG, your warranty going to run out. You know how it is. I didn't mean to go there. All I'm just saying, you can change things in yourself, but do not expect your friends to change in the same level that you change. That's called incremental theory. Incremental theory is that you're going to grow. Everything part of your body is going to grow at the same speed at the same time. But sometimes your finger grows faster than the other finger. Incremental is a theory. Are you still with me? So a baby wakes up to a new body every morning. The hand grew and the other hand didn't grow. So they go to eat and they miss the whole damn mouth and they say, ah! You say, how are you hollering like that? The food tastes good. The baby said, because I grew a bigger finger overnight. And because they don't grow in increments. That's a theory of the Europeans. So we tortured our children because their foot grew, one foot grew bigger than another. They walking and you see nothing in front of them, they fall down. You say, damn, why did you fall down? You're just perplexed at the whole thing. You said, because this foot grew bigger than the other foot and I couldn't manipulate, so I fell down. So they sitting at the table screaming and hollering. You say, what's wrong with you? The food's good. What's wrong? Ah! Because you don't understand their program. Because you didn't go through your rites of passage, which is a German term, has nothing to do with African culture. It wasn't a rites of passage, it was a school. You went to school to be an adult. You know that. You went to school to be a carpenter. You know that. You went to school to get married. You know that. That was just natural for our ancestors. Said, no, you want to be adult, go to school. Europeans call it rites of passage. You still with me? Because there's no such thing as a teenager in African culture. That was invented by white people. There's no such thing. We didn't have 13, 14. We had 10 and 1, 10 and 2, 10 and 3, 21, 22. We didn't have no 13, 14. Where'd that come from? White people. Because they want to extend childhood, make you more dependent. There's a whole other subject about them. It goes into that whole titty thing. Now, you know I'm telling you the truth. Because in food science, we have to duplicate the titty. We call it a mouth feel. Yeah, we want the skin to be kind of hard and what comes out soft. You call it Krispy Kreme donuts. Follow me? We want that cream to come out of that titty. And sometimes we put whipped cream and then we put a nipple on top. You know I'm telling you the truth. You're going around looking for titties everywhere. You know I'm telling you the truth. The first thing a baby sees is that big circle around a woman's nipple when they're breastfeeding. So that children like circles. Look at Mickey Mouse the rat. Big circle ears. You never seen a rat with no circle ears. They're trying to peel the children, so they put a circle on it. Look at children's cartoons. Circles everywhere. Big eyes, circles, because they like circles. So we go back to the original program. So we have horses running in circles, cars in circles. Are you following me there? We just know how to bond you to things because we know the program. You don't know it because you're studying their fantasy instead of the reality of it all. That's it. What?
Let's give it up for Dr.
I was going to stop anyway.
You was gonna stop. Let's give it up for Dr. Apple one more time. And to the Jeffries family member, let's give it up for them one more time. And Mr. Clemson in the house, let's give it up for him as well. How's everyone doing? Great. I'm not going to take a lot of your time, but I thought about this. I said, what am I going to talk about tonight? I decided, how many of you have ever been told you are full of shit?
Anybody? I've been told that. Anybody? I've been told that. Now you ain't got that handle. You ain't never been told that? Never? Wow. Well, I tell you what, I want to explore the fact to see if they were telling the truth. Okay? I want to see if they're telling the truth. We're going to talk about digestion. Okay? So we're going to go literal. Okay? Just hang in there with me. I know that sounds a little crazy, but hang in there with me. From 12 to 8 is the time that you should actually eat your foods. 12 noon to 8. How many people eat after 8 o'clock? Raise it high. We family up in here. Okay. So after 8 o'clock, your body's actually supposed to assimilate, which is break down. Okay. And between 4 and 12 noon, your body's actually getting rid of the waste. So who gets up in the morning and eats that breakfast? Who does that? Who gets up and eats before 12 o'clock? Tell the truth now. I'm looking. I'm in all your business. I see you over there, and I see you over there, and I see you here. Now remember, you're supposed to be eating between what? Okay. And then what happens between 8? What is it? 4. That's right. So 8 to 4 in the morning, what's happening?
Digestion.
The body's actually trying to digest the food. And then what happens between 4 and 12? Elimination. So what do you think happens when you start eating at, say, 7 o'clock in the morning? 8 o'clock in the morning? What happens?
Digestion starts early.
Okay, so the digestion, when you're getting rid, right? You're supposed to be getting rid of your waste. So can the body get rid of waste and while you're eating? No. So I'm telling you, we're going to see if we full of shit tonight. Okay? We're just going to find out. So say you ate after 8 o'clock. Okay? And say you do this a lot. How many people eat after 8 o'clock a lot? Uh-oh, my shit meter is going off. Because you understand, you're breaking some rules. Now we know what time we're supposed to eat. We know what time the body breaks down. We know that, right? And we know what time we're supposed to eliminate. Let's try it again, because you know I like to do this. Make sure everybody knows what I'm talking about. What time are you supposed to eat? What time does the body process the foods?
8 p.m.
This is a Black African family. It's right, you guys are right. And what time do you get rid of your waste? 4 to 12. So I want you to remember when you start putting something in your mouth, whether you violate them. Now let's talk about what you ate. I'm just going to deal with the meat eaters for now. Vegetarians, hold on. Meat eaters in the house, can you raise your hand? Come on, now don't be shy. Put your hand up for that chicken. Come on, represent. Okay, so now when you're eating meat, do you properly combine your foods? Do you eat meat with vegetables all the time? All the time. Y'all getting awful quiet. Okay, but I tell you what, if you eat meat with vegetables, it starts at 4 hours to digest it. It starts for 4 hours to digest it. You got it? And where my meat eaters at? I feel like I ain't talking to nobody. Yeah, don't hide. Come on, I want to see you. Okay, so if you eat meat with carbohydrates, what's carbohydrates? Rice and peas, starch, potato, else. Put it in food. Brown provision. Yum. I know I'm speaking to somebody's heart right now. If you eat meat with a carbohydrate, you have just now gone to 2 to 3 days to digest that meat. So I'm trying to see if you're full of shit or not. You can tell yourself. I ain't saying it. Okay? And we've all been full of shit at some point of our life, right?
That's right.
Okay? So you ate meat, then you ate the carbohydrate. And guess what else you violated? You drank at the same time. How many people eat and drink at the same time? Okay, so you know what meter is going up. What meter is this? Okay, you don't have to say it, but we know it. Yeah, you're right, though. She said it. I didn't say it. Okay? Now I want to talk to the vegetarians. So you ate your vegetables, and vegetarians seem to get self-righteous sometimes. Anybody ever met some self-righteous vegetarians? Well, I'm vegetarian. I'm vegan. And I'm like, okay, but you eat carbs all day long. Get potato-tarian. You know we can make some words up. I'll take that one. Okay? So we got some potato-tarians in the house. Starchitarians, that too. Now that's getting a little college with it. So you're eating a lot of starches. Okay? Starches turn to what? Sugar. Have you ever seen a fat vegetarian? Yes. Now, how in the hell did that happen? It happened from sugar, right? Now we're talking about digestion. So now we're talking about most vegetarians are saying, well, I can eat rice and peas, right? But it's wrongly combined. It's wrong. Why is it wrongly combined? Use your African minds. It's too starchy. Now you are supposed to have 15% protein, 15% raw fat, and 70% what? Vegetables. Okay? So if you had a plate full of rice and a plate full of peas, because you know that when they give it to you, they usually give you a little bit of meat, but it's a whole bunch of rice. I'm like, well, damn, let me eat that. Okay? So you're eating a lot of starch. Where is your protein? Where's it at? What's the building block of a cell? Protein. So you wonder why you're not healing. You ever been in a situation where you maybe sprained an ankle or hurt some part of your body and it's just taking you a while to heal? Because you don't have the elements that's essential inside the body for the body to actually heal itself. But I want to go back and see if you're full of shit, though. I think that's a more appropriate conversation for right now. So if you're eating vegetarians, what time do you eat? Who are my vegetarians? Come on, get self-righteous with it. I'm vegetarian. Okay, what time you eat? You eat early? Okay, so if a vegetarian starts to eat at what time would be a violation? Anytime before what? 12. Anytime before 12. So say you eat at 10. Okay, what are you supposed to be doing between 4 and 12? Eliminating. Now I want to start talking about, this is a family reunion. You don't have to feel embarrassed. If you see somebody with a camera up, just don't put your face in it. I want to know how many bowel movements we kicking out in a day. Okay? Are we at least having, and you know what, you only have to raise your hand, just like blink your eye. Blink your eye. Are you at least having one bowel movement a day? Come on, just blink your eyes. It's just one bowel movement a day. Okay? One bowel movement. Got one? Okay. Now let's see if we can get 2 bowel movements a day. How many people do 2 bowel movements? Just blink your eye twice. Okay, I'm looking. Okay, blink, blink. Oh, I'm getting some dead stares. Like. Okay, let's see if we can get 3. Now, if I can get somebody to get 3, OMG. Can I get 3? Can I get 3 blinks? Oh my. Wow! Wow! All right, I got another 3. Can I get a 3 blink in the back? Can I get 3? Can I get 3 blink? All right. We don't have that many 3 blinks. Okay? Now, when you're having a bowel movement, you sometimes think that you're getting rid of the previous day's food. But guess what? You're full of. That's right, because it's not the previous day, because guess what? You wrongly combined your food. And if you're eating meat, and then if you're eating meat, and you're eating it wrong, how long is it going to take at least to get that food through your system? 2 to 3 days, right? So if you eat meat every day, and some of us eat meat more than once a day, what happens to meat? Meat putrefies, right? Have you ever smelled the fart on somebody who eat meat? Don't it smell like somebody died? And then they try to act like they didn't do it. They look at you. You're like, wait a minute, that was not me. Okay? That's the bad part. Because you're smelling how many days worth of bile in that color. Okay? Now, I'm this is a shitty conversation, but we got to have it. Okay? Now, when it backs up for so long, where does it go? It sticks in your colon, but it's stuck because it's shit in here. But like for so many days and weeks, she said years. That just scares me. In years, where does it go? It goes in your colon, but it goes out, right? You start to go this way. You know when people hold down here and they say, "Oh, my stomach is hurting." This ain't your damn stomach. Your stomach is up here. Your intestines is down here. It means it's a shitty situation. That's what that means. I hope y'all forgive me. I usually don't use profanity that often, but I'm just having fun today. So it doesn't come out within, now we know what digestion is now. If it doesn't come out within how many hours? It's from what time to what time? 4 to who? 4 to 12? So let's, come on. Use your toes. 8 hours. I heard it. If it doesn't come out within 8 hours, then it's going to the next day. Now, how many of us, when you don't have a bowel movement, you just stop eating and wait for it to come out? Oh, hell no. How many of us do that? You do that? You say, I have not had a bowel movement yet. I'm not eating nothing. You ain't eating nothing. What if you get hungry? You gotta be like, I gotta come out because I'm hungry. A lot of us will say, I'm about to eat. Okay? We don't count how many meals we get based upon the bowel that's actually coming out of us. And if you really think about it, you really should. Yep. If you have not had a bowel movement, and I know this is a crappy situation that we're in right now. But if you ain't had one in like 1 or 2 days, you're in trouble. Okay? And what would be the logical thing to do if you have not had a bowel movement within a day or two? Stop eating. Stop. Okay? And then what should you have to stop eating?
Drink water.
Liquids. Drink some water. Okay? And then and some people do that and it still don't work. Then what can you do? Herbs, baby. What herbs will push it out? Now, you know senna is a strong thing now. Now, that's a laxative. Don't go nowhere and after you took some senna. You might fart and it might be something else. Okay? What's a little lighter than senna? But I'm not knocking senna because some people need senna. Okay? But I don't want you doing senna all the time. Because if you do senna all the time, guess what happens? The body says to hell with you. I don't want to remove the waste myself. Just give me the senna. Right. The body gets lazy. So what else can we use? Dandelion. Cascara. Oh, we got a cascara. Anybody ever took cascara before? Yes. Have you ever cramped? Yes. That's some cramping. It works. But that's in the family of that senna. Okay? You cramp. And then you better be close to that toilet because when it comes, it's not waiting for you. You better be ahead of it because it's coming. Okay? But you can do okra, right? You can do flax seeds, right? What else?
Prune juice.
Who juice? Oh, girl, I got a prune juice story. Can I tell y'all a prune juice story? Because we talking, this is a shitty conversation anyway. I had someone here from out of the country, and we were in Whole Foods, and I was getting juice. Dr. Africa was getting juice, and he was getting juice. So he was like, this prune juice looks good. So me and Dr. Africa looked at him and said, he must not understand. He was like, no, you probably should get something else. Oh, no, I got an iron belly. I can drink this juice. And we're like, okay. So we're in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He drinks the juice in Pittsburgh. We get to the first pit stop, and guess what? The iron belly didn't come out the toilet for the next, 6 hours. Okay? He drank the whole thing. He turned it up. He took it to the head. Isn't that what they say? So prune juice does work. But you need to really understand how things move on your system. Okay? So yes, prune juice works as well. Now, there has been people who haven't had a bowel movement. They get them every 3 days, every 4 days. Some people get them once a week. Now, when it's not coming out through the proper channels that it should come out, where is it going to start to come out? It's going to come out the what? Out the, have you ever smelled shit coming out of somebody's mouth? Have they ever, those are the people that want to get right close to you, like, hey, I got a question for you. Oh my God, okay. Go answer your question. You try to back it up. And when you back it up, they come forward and say, yes, but I don't want anybody to know. It's a secret. But yeah. Okay? That bile comes from your intestine like sewer gas and comes out through your mouth. It's not normal to have breath that is offensive. It's not it's not normal. And I know somebody in here has dated somebody with some shit smelling breath before. Tell the truth. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Any event you start smelling it through your mouth, what do? You can choose some girl. You said you're calling on the phone. So after you done choose your girl, and don't talk, you told them be silent. What can you do? Because some people have offensive breath and they don't know what to do about it. A lot of us don't floss correctly. That's first and foremost. I just want to get because you think everyone knows and they may not know that there's food that can stay in between your gums, okay? And meat, when you're eating meat, you know how after you get done, you always want to stick your finger, the black things go, that was good. Well, you might not get all that meat in from between your teeth. So the smell could start coming from your gums, but when it's that stuff that is all 24/7, like it's not just a floss thing, what do you have to do? Come on, family. Okay, fasting is not a bad thing, but there's most people who won't fast because to fast, you can't eat anything for 3 days. Your fast starts on the 3rd day of no eating. It starts on the 3rd day. It starts on a 3rd day. And some people say, well, I'm on a juice fast. Well, if you're drinking juice, you're really not fasting because drinking is eating. It still has to go through the digestive process. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do a 911. If it was me, my breath smell like, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do the suppository or colonic, animal. I'm going to do an animal. I'm telling you, I'm going to do dire things. I'm going to get that bottom part out. An enema is not going to take out the whole colon. You understand? And that shit is back up in here. Figure out how it starts. I know she looking like she can smell it. She like, when we gonna get off this? So I have the small intestine. The small intestine is right here in the middle. That's the small intestine. Does everybody know that? And then you have the ascending colon, draw up, ascending colon, transverse colon, descending colon, sigmoid, and then it's out. So just think, you got a back up here, which is a sigmoid. You got a back up here, which is the what? Descending. And then it's backed up here, which is what? The transverse. And it's backed up here, which is what? The ascending colon. This is a problem. And a lot of people say disease starts in the colon. I mean, I feel them. Won't say I completely agree, but you definitely gonna get some disease if you don't figure that out. Passing gas a lot is just not normal. I mean, I just want you to just blink your eyes on the inside. How many of us have a gas problem? Just bat your eyes, on the inside, because you don't want to put your business out there. You want everybody to know your business. But if you got a gas problem, the sewer is backing up. Okay? Now, meat what? Putrefies. And what does fruit do? Ferment. So what does fermented fruit do?
Alcohol.
Now, see, I knew somebody was going to give me a high five in there. That's why people drink alcohol. It's fermented what? Fruit. So you ate the fruit. You're wrongly combining fruit now. Did you know you could do that? Because some of us put apples with melons. How many of us do a fruit salad? Yeah, don't. You done had a fruit salad? You okay? Anybody else done had a fruit salad? Keep it real. It's only 2 people in here that had a fruit salad. Okay, so when you get this fruit salad, do you say, I'm just going to eat the melons? Or do you take a Scoopy and put it in a bowl and eat all of it? It doesn't. Citrus fruits don't combine with what? Melons. Bananas. You got to keep them in the same family. So say you combined them and you ate them. Now it's a conflict in the colon. So what's going to be the conflict? Gas. And okay, now she said acid reflux. Let's talk about acid reflux. The body digestion is supposed to start in the stomach, where the stomach takes off the lining of the food. Is that correct? Then the only place that digestion takes place completely is in a duodenum. Can y'all say duodenum? Thank you. So the duodenum is connected to the stomach. Now, if your food passes the duodenum, then guess what? It doesn't get digested. So if you put meat and carbohydrates together and it went to the duodenum, which one is the duodenum going to digest? The carbs. Why do you think it's going to just? It's easier. So it's going to get what to pass? The meat. So the meat goes and then to the colon, right? And so then the colon has to heat up. We talk about acid reflux. The colon has to try to do something that was supposed to be done in the duodenum. You understand that? And you're doing this all the time. Then you wonder why you can't eat spicy foods. You can't do this and you can't do that because you've done so much violation with your food combining. You understand that the body's now starting to fight back. Okay? So it's actually heating up and it's going back up through the digestive tract. You understand that? Okay, so how many of us really feel like we push right now? You feel like y'all want to check? Are we getting this shit worked out? Yes. Are we? Because we need to get this worked out. Okay? So the next time somebody try to tell you full of it, you tell them, you full of it. Because I had my bowel movement this morning. Okay? Between what hours? Before 4 and 12. When somebody try to give you when you guys get together and you want to commune with each other, and y'all want to have like that family get together and that breakfast, and y'all get the eggs and the bacon and the grits, you know what? You better look at it and say, I don't know. This is a shitty situation I'm in right now. I want to eat with y'all, but this right here, I shouldn't be eating. Everything is about decision making. Everything is about decision making. You don't need me to tell you you're full of it. You don't need me to do that. You need to tell yourself, I will be full of it if I do this. Okay? That's the revolution. The revolution starts inside the body. Because once you start feeding the body good foods, then you can think well. How well do you think you are thinking if you're full of it? Have you ever just not been able to use the bathroom and think about how that felt? I know everybody in here at least once have said, my goodness, my bowels have not moved yet. I mean, you can't even think right. And here comes the revolution. And what you doing? Worried about a bowel movement. Ain't nobody got time for that. So we have education now. So when those little ones come to you, nieces and nephews and sons and daughters and grandmothers and grandfathers, whoever it is that you have around you, and they start to complain about pains down here, what's the first thing you're going to think of? And be nice. Be nice. You're going to say, baby, I think you're full of it. We have to do something about this. Okay? So are you ready for this revolution? You understand that if you don't get it out of you, it's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt you. Why do you think they want to give you colonoscopies every year? Why? Because they know what you eating. KFC, Burger King. You got cheese, pizzas. They know what you're eating. So they can just about time it. They know that this nigga is not having a bowel movement. Okay? They telling you to come in and get a test because they need that test as a reason to cut on you. And you walk in there like the lamb and say, well, the doctor done told me. Well, you don't need the doctor to tell you tonight. I'm telling you. If you continue to eat the wrong way, the body will punish you immediately. And it'll come through your breath. It'll come through your underarms. Some of us are just funky. You understand? Because the waste is trying to leave. If the waste can't come out through your urine and your bowel, it'll come out through your sweat. You know, sometimes it's just the funk is just too much. I mean, sometimes you be like, oh, I can't even stand the smell of myself. And some of us been stinking for so long, we can't even smell ourselves no more. Killing everybody. We gotta do something about this, okay? I love y'all. We're family. I don't want you sitting in front of somebody with a white coat and acting like this is new information. This is not new information. You should have learned this as a child. But I missed it. I didn't get it. Man, I've been full of shit for a long time. Okay? They say you got to talk about yourself first. But if you don't take hold of yourself, you're going to put yourself in a situation to put your hands into people who don't give a damn about you. Okay? And then your family members, they just sit there hopeless and helpless. They can't help you. You know, you're sick and they got all this stuff. They put the sugar and water in your veins. What does sugar do? Robs your body of moisture, right? If you need moisture in your body and they putting sugar in there, what's going to happen to the colon? It's going to dry up like a desert. You understand that? So they're just going to continuously hurt you. So I think I done beat the shit out of you. I think you understand. I send my love, my concern, and my care to each and every one of you, because it's you who's going to make a difference. You're going to go home and you're going to be able to affect the people that you're around. I'll never see your cousins. I'll never get a chance to see your aunties. I won't be the one sitting around that dinner table, but you can start having a conversation at least. Are you ready for the revolution? I said, are you ready for the revolution? All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to act like I'm King Simon for a minute. Well, people, I was back. No, they want to get him. 1 second. He's upstairs? Okay. King Simon, let's give it up for King Simon!
We're doing live. We live. Give her a round of applause. I know she did an excellent job. She had y'all working out, huh? She worked y'all out? Yeah, that's why Doc always put her on laughter, because she put that energy in. All right, so I hope y'all enjoyed what we did today. Hope you enjoyed it. Did you learn? Yes. Would you be willing to take his class? Yes. Y'all can sign up people for the class, right? For online class, or should they go straight to your website? Website, if you want to do online website class, or the whole class, everybody can come all over to your house, right? Have a party. I know you would have a, yeah, she'll throw a party in a second. Throwing that barbecue. Vegan barbecue, we eat. Any situation. So, yes, so if you want to go to the website, LailaAfrica.com, you know how to spell it? Spell it for a moment. Yes, LLAILA, Africa, AFRIKA.com. Look, go, if you can go, hey, go 2, 3 at a time. They can do, how many do you hold at the house?
As many.
See, don't let us say that. Don't say that. You know they will come. These are black folks. And you're gonna have food too, and you have food. Yo, they give us food too. So I'll be having fun. But if you can sign up, take the classes. I think you can pay in Portugal. You have to pay it all one time online.
By calling, payment plans, but by online,
by calling, you can do payment plan, but online you got to pay full. So do the calling. The phone number is on the website too. So you might as well just go ahead and do it. Learn it, pass it on, keep it going. You have to keep the energy of health going for your family. You can say, I learned this from Dr. Melanie. So once again, give a round of applause to the elders in the building. Of course, Dr. Leonard, Jeffries, and Dr. Rosland. Give them a round of applause. Give us a round of applause for being in the building. Give money. Come on, stand up for the elders. Stand up. They did, man. They did it for years. They've been fighting this struggle. I mean, they battled. Dr. Africa is doing an interview. We'll give Dr. Africa a well-deserved round of applause. Come on. Yeah. Woo! What kind of woo is that? Give Natasha Dezonie a round of applause. Thank you very much for doing our mental health. Yes. Give YouTube a well-deserved round of applause. Give Clemson Brown a well-deserved round of applause. Minister Clemson Brown. The elders. Thank you. Make sure you support all the vendors. Make sure you support all the vendors you need. And if you want more products from them, please get more products from them. Thank y'all very much for coming out. Remember, Don't forget June the 3rd, we got the flyers for that. If you ain't got the flyers, I got also teaching classes. Want to pick up also my son in the building, Prince Imagine and Kim in the building. Want to pick up everyone, of course, Taji in the magazine over there. Okay, Aunt Rising Sun is still here. We don't have no more food. Please, please, support. If you can, help us out by picking up the chairs and pushing it to the back over here. So that's what we're gonna do. Please, thank you very much. Man, if you can help with the chairs, just put it to the back and lean up against that area right there. Thank you very much. Get home safely. We love you, respect you. Peace.
Yeah, but when you
Yes, I
How was it? My first presentation.
What is that? What is that?
Oh,
Sakia.
no, this is part of my coaching.
Sakia of Shul.
What happened?
No, he wasn't big. Born in Georgia, moved up to New York. A lot of people
No, my
never somebody that was out.
Thank you so much.
All right, I gotta thank y'all very much for being a part of this. Gotta get ready to get out of here. Right now, the interview with Joel Benjamin and Dr. Africa is happening right now. Go to Joel Benjamin 528. He's doing an interview with Dr. Africa right now. Over here we got Natasha. Natasha, say bye to the people then. Say bye.
Bye, family.
Thank you very much for helping out. They're mine and her friend.
My
Our
best
friend. They're in the building. Yes.
Jamaican in the building. But we're all African.
I know. I will see y'all next time. One love, one aim, one destiny. Peace. Thank you very much for those who donated. Thank you.